Tom, how much does it cost for me to get someone to teleport me somewhere?
You say you don't charity enough?
So
now.
that
She'll help marry people.
would be nearly impossible. So when you get that message, you have to start hauling ass back up that way, and
I can't pay some cuck a ton of money to teleport me.
Nope, not what you could afford to teleport you. It'd cost you some thousands.
Yeah, by the math we just did, dude, I have like 1,800 gold.
Right.
Yeah.
Haldir really doesn't value his coin at all.
You're right.
Let me just drop 3 years of accruement on one teleport spell.
I got shit to do. All right, fine.
It takes you about a week to get back.
You said it was.
You're the last one to arrive by a long shot.
I'll say I got 1,600.
HP.
We'll cut her down a little bit. I live pretty lavishly.
Okay, yeah. So HP. So each of you should start out with 10 plus your con mod for hit points, and then you need to roll your class hit points 2 times, and then add your con mod.
Are we re-rolling again? Because mine should be done.
So if you're happy with your number, you don't have to re-roll.
Okay.
But if you're not, feel free to do so, because I didn't actually see any of you guys roll your health.
Oh, really?
Can I take 6?
Take 6? Oh, you mean like just that is one of the rules.
Yes.
If you want to, you can.
Yeah, I'm doing that twice.
Okay.
Fucking cheeser over here, dude.
Yeah, what the hell? He rolls low, so he takes the 6. Just kidding.
I didn't roll anything. I'm just not chancing fucking rolling in the first few levels.
Getting a 2 would be really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
how do you
is
know?
true. That is true.
Could be.
Oh man, Kirill looking fresh over there. That's a new one.
You know,
I know.
He looks like the H3 guy, dude. He looks like Ethan Klein.
Yeah, I just didn't know what the holy symbols were, so I just used some Slavic pagan.
Perfect. That sounds equally
It's perfect.
relevant. I can't actually.
I'm not gonna
I can't actually
re-roll.
see a picture.
I got low rolls, but I'm cool with it. I'm just gonna stick with what I got. I got
All
2
right,
4s last time.
I'm just letting you know, dog.
Yeah, you got some big boys. Okay, I get it.
You could
You
die.
rolled really bad, dude. But
Really?
you do you.
Play smart. Play
Didn't
smart.
you roll 2 4s on a D10?
Yeah. That's the die. That's the dice cast.
Hey, I'm keeping my rolls too. I don't even remember what they were.
You keep it.
But I have how much HP? I have 21 hit
27.
points as a sorcerer. That's good enough.
That's pretty
think.
good.
You have 29 points as a sorcerer?
21.
Oh, okay. I was about to say that's more than me.
I feel like I'm just gonna roll lower.
I don't see your rolls.
It's because I rolled them last time.
All right. So we're just waiting on Mr. Typer boy over here.
Shut up, boy. I'm almost done.
Still doesn't
you
even know
tell
what he
you
did.
my spells or anything, or you care or not really? Or...
You don't have a bunch of character sheet?
Oh, they are.
Well, then I can see them.
Sounds good to me, dude.
Yeah, no problem, dude.
Almost done. You can start with me. I've got like 2 missions.
Right. Okay, so let's see. How do we start this session with good old Hammond? All right, so you come back to Sansody of your own kind of free will. What's kind of your thought process coming back? What were you hoping to find or do?
Well, I obviously, based on the background that I sent you, I no longer have Seamus to train under, so I figure let's go back to the last place before I set out to see if anyone has returned or how things have gone. there.
Okay.
So I don't really have any expectations, but I also don't plan on. I just plan to check it out, and then, as far as I'm concerned, plan to move on shortly after checking it out.
All right. That sounds good. So when you arrive, it's already been a week since Jonathon has gone missing, and they're already trying to hunt him down and try and find any evidence that they can of where he's gone to or what's happened to him. And there is a rider, a captain from the Lancers of Yankost named Pathar Olskiv, and he's the one who's kind of leading the search while his troops are just kind of stationed there. So, do you help out with the search at all, or what's your intention, or do you go straight to let your compatriots know?
I would definitely help search for a little bit. Although I don't know if I would search directly with them. I would try by my own means, asking people specifically, seeing if they'd seen him or where they last saw him specifically.
Okay.
Not
So
just
why don't you
physically
make
searching, but make more of a detective about it, I guess.
Sure. Go ahead and make
Got
2
gumption?
investigation checks. Actually, how many days do you spend helping before
Probably
you
5 days.
5 days? All right, make 5 investigation checks.
Ooh.
After you roll the first one, you can just up and enter.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Whew. It's the nat 20. All right.
2 is good.
Yeah, it's a good day. It's a good day. So, I'll message you some stuff about what goes on there. But after you send your messages, Misha and Kirill. Kira?
Nobody knows.
Kirill. You guys have been working in the same city, in Unum, at the church there, and you guys have seen each other quite a few times. Do you guys kind of meet up and ride down together, or are you guys going separate?
We meet up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if I got the letter, as soon as I got the letter, I'd go to Kirill and be like, "Yes, this is a little weird.
You should make haste
Yeah,
and ride
well,
south.
I have to let people know I'm going. I've got duties, but yes, we should go.
Yes, I will do the same.
There we go. I
right.
never named my goddamn horse.
Did she say that?
Horse with no name.
Oh, no.
Just kidding.
My horse's name is Zoya.
I'll figure it out.
Should name it Jetsam.
What did you
Oh
say?
God. Sure, my horse's name is Jetsam. That's perfect. I
Oh
won't
my
forget it then.
god.
I don't have to write it down. I won't forget it.
Perfect.
All right, and then so you guys head out pretty much right away once you get the
Yeah.
message. Okay.
Once everyone is notified that we're stepping out.
Okay. Let me read what he actually wrote to you. I haven't had enough.
You didn't even read it.
Wait, you didn't even.
Holy
you read it?
shit. Dude,
No, I didn't
he
write
told me what to do,
Oh.
and I wrote it myself.
Taman wrote it. What?
Okay.
Yeah, he told me what I wrote. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't write it.
These are
I can
Tammy's
tell.
words to us.
All right. And then Tao. So you receive this message, and you're basically called into Hadron's office.
Right.
And he has already opened it and looked at it before you step in.
Of course.
He kind of he looks you up and down as you enter. Go ahead and take a seat, Tao.
All right. I don't say anything. I just sit down.
So I have here correspondence from Taman. I believe that's one of your brothers, right?
Correct.
Says your father's gone missing. Been
I
missing
kind of just
for
sit
about a
there
week.
silently. Yeah.
Your duties are here, and we've invested quite a bit into you. But I understand this can be a hard time. Kind of crosses his hands and leans forward. I'm going to give you 3 weeks. I've let Donovan know already. I expect you back at the end of that 3 weeks, regardless of what happens. If you're not, we're going to come collect you. Do you understand?
I absolutely understand. I'd
All right.
stand up and immediately just walk right out.
Okay. And you start heading down there. Perfect.
Mhm.
So Haldir, I don't know if Taman told you this, but the voice that you hear speak the message is a woman's voice. It is not Taman's voice.
Yeah, he did.
Took
Okay.
us a little. We got there.
We got there, yeah. Well, it's my own fault. They didn't communicate exactly how that worked. But, is it just your gut reaction to start heading back at that point?
Yeah, I'd definitely go back.
Mm-hmm. And you're no longer with Namek at this point. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome.
Not for quite some time.
All right. So you are going to arrive about a week later than Misha and the rest. Taman, you're sitting in the center of the Bronze Bell Inn, kind of going over the information that you've had the opportunity to garnish, and I will actually garner, I think is the word. You're sitting there drinking, looking over the information, trying to figure out what comes next. As Misha, Tao, and Kirill all kind of arrive at the same time. And the inn itself, since his passing and since Jonathon's passing, has been pretty desolate. He didn't really have any other innkeeps with him. He had a couple of people who did barmaid work and looked after the stables that he had to hire after you left. But other than that, there isn't really anything anything going on there. Like it's pretty much closed up, especially since Jonathon's gone. They don't know that they're going to get paid, so they're no longer working there, so nobody comes there anymore. So when you hear the door open and see your brothers and sister walk in, I'll leave the floor to you.
It was so just Misha and Kirill walk in, or just who? Sorry,
all three of them.
All
of us.
All of you guys. Oh, okay.
Not me.
Yeah, I know, not you.
Yeah.
I would definitely stand up, say, brothers and sisters, thank you for heeding the call. It's good to see you again.
I'm going to walk up and slap both hands on both sides of your face. I told you where we were the entire time. It's nice to finally hear word of you.
I just look at her in disbelief with this shrug. Looking at Kirill and Town, just give them the shrug and then look back at Misha like, what the hell? And then I give her a hug. And then I walk up to Tao and Kirill and do the same.
Yes, hello, Taman. I wish we could have met under more pleasant circumstances. It's good to see you.
And then I put my hands on either side of his cheeks. And then I say, did you get smaller?
I just bust out laughing. Was a little busy. I'm sure you guys were as well. Didn't really have too much time to come and chat. But it's good to see you again. The reason that I've summoned you here is, as you no doubt read, our compatriot Jonathon has disappeared. I came into town and learned that he'd actually been missing for about a week since I'd come, and that was maybe a week, 2 weeks ago. I've done some investigating on my side, but still putting together the pieces. I figured we all owed him a debt of gratitude and that we should all help try to find him as best we could.
What? Why were you in town?
The swordsman that I was studying under disappeared. We were in the town of Morrow at one point on And I sort of look down and to the left in a bit of business that we were on there, and unfortunately we separated and lost our ways, and I was not able to meet up with him. So I figured might as well just come back to where I started the whole journey, briefly. Truth be told, I didn't expect to be here for too long, but when I learned that our compatriot was gone, I figured that we needed to act.
What have you learned? Have you found out anything at all? Any details?
I know that I know some details, although nothing too telling. Although I have some hunches. The townsfolk and those closest to him had mentioned that he had grown very sorrowful over the weeks before his disappearance. I wasn't able to gain too much from questioning any of the locals other than Alfred, who I believe he's afraid that Jonathon may have killed himself. I hope not, but I've continued searching nonetheless. Haven't learned too much more. There's nothing missing, nothing standing out of the ordinary, no other clues. Not that I could find anyway.
He just has a room at the Bronze Bell Inn that is his.
Okay.
Did you search the room?
Yes, he searched.
Did you search his room?
I searched everything.
There was nothing at all. No papers, no
Nothing
records,
is missing. Not a hair out of place.
Well, how often have you been in his room?
Maybe twice, just checking on clues. I don't think. I just gave her.
That's what she meant.
Yeah, I know that. My guy doesn't. He's not picking up on it. This is a serious. Taman doesn't pick up on the sarcasm. He's just going about as if this is a serious conversation.
Did anyone see him leaving town?
Not that anyone had reported to me.
Is his forge still here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. That means
Thanks, Taman.
he couldn't have gone far then.
Says God.
Yeah.
I have to go on what he gave me.
I didn't let him know. Yeah, I didn't let him know that it is still there, but yes, it is.
Who was the last person to speak?
Would be Alfred, to my knowledge. No one else has seen any sightings or reported anything new other than what Alfred had mentioned.
And how many days ago are we talking?
Oh, about 10 days ago.
So assuming he's not on horseback.
If he was taken somewhere and has been riding the whole time, he could have gotten quite far, but Alfred's comments worry me.
Yeah, why does Alfred think that he killed himself? Other than just
He
being
didn't
sorrowful?
say just yet. I've been meaning to ask him more, but
No, we should
Alfred
definitely talk to him.
wanted to give him his space at the time. He was very beaten up over it. But I've been meaning to talk to him again. But I figured with all of our heads in this together, it'd be much faster to solve than just mine.
Pat your cheek gently.
Can we take another look at his room?
Yeah,
Please.
absolutely.
Very well.
So you guys kind of move behind the kitchen, behind the bar to the kitchen, and there's an exit out the back. And just beside that exit is a small, modest room that is locked usually, but it's not really a whole lot of reason to do so now. As you guys kind of open it up and step in, you see it's very sparse, that he did not live a very luxurious life. And the money that he has made from his time in Sansody and through other ventures that you haven't known about since he hasn't done this forever, he hasn't put it towards lavish living, essentially. So through the sparse desk on his table, you ransack through it. Probably not ransack. You probably shift through it, and you don't really find anything that's out of place. But you do notice that up until the point that he was missing, or that he went missing, it appears that business has been going as normal. You see orders for more food from the butcher. You see just more feed from the farms out north. You see requisitions for some lumber so that he can make some more furniture for the dining hall. And a lot of the stuff is dated to arrive after his disappearance. So it really doesn't add up as far as you're concerned. With him wanting to kill himself, it would be very odd for him to continue business at that point.
There are no banks in this town, I take it.
There are not. Why don't you roll just a quick, just a straight intellect roll?
Everybody, or
just her?
Okay.
So, Misha, you have heard from your times at the church. You know about the vaults of Namina, and the Vault Peaks. This is where most of the banks in Salura are kept. They're kept in basically around those mountains that are moated by that lake of Surmir. So that's where most people keep their money. And you can see a couple of statements from Jonathon through his desk that he also keeps stuff there. Specifically, you find a bank name. Let's see.
Chase.
Oh,
Yeah,
God,
it's
no.
Jace. Yeah.
No, it's obviously merchants.
The Zuroskan vaults.
Sounds
Do
dwarven.
can I check his actual statement for like what they're listing for his holdings?
Yes, you can. So you kind of go through just his most recent points, and you see that he has in his vault 15,000 gold pieces, or thereabouts. It's not a perfect even number, but
Yeah.
and he also has a strong box that is filled with personal possessions, but it doesn't list what they are.
And from the previous statement, the dollar amount doesn't look like it's gone down or up or anything like that. It's just roughly the same.
Yep, it has not changed. There was no withdrawal. It was just an update after actually a deposit from probably last month's earnings.
Regular earnings. Okay. Well, he didn't. I'll point that out to everybody and say he didn't take any money with him if he was planning on going somewhere. I also mentioned the strong box as well too.
You mentioned this to us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do not know if there would be a clue in there as to where he might have gone.
I think that we need to ask the workers of the Bronze Bell Inn who were working for him at the time. We'll need to ask Alfred who was working there and question them.
Now, this room looks rather sparse. Are there any like dust marks on the wall or like anything might have been moved, or is everything mostly even and clean?
Why don't you make an investigation check real quick?
Ooh,
shit.
am I watching you look at dust?
Yeah, you guys are all in it together.
I'm
A little sneeze.
I am dropping a guidance on you.
Oh, hey.
Ooh,
Nice.
ooh, nice.
Because what you're doing actually looks like it might be useful.
So you rolled a 17. You can add another. Just roll
D4.
D4.
17 with a -1.
20. All right. So you scour the room very thoroughly, but really, it looks like everything was set as it was. It doesn't look like there's any signs of struggle. It doesn't even really look like things have been adjusted since even before his disappearance. I mean, the level or the amount of dust is kind of it's a bit unusual. Jonathon was a big cleaner, so yeah, the fact that his room is dusty, even a week out, is kind of a bit strange to you.
Also, what's the difference between investigation and perception?
Perception is just, I would say, more based on your senses, and investigation is more you taking the time to look and investigate something. That's just not a very
Look
good
out for something out of
It's
place.
logic based.
Yeah.
That's why it's intelligence. It's like you're logically trying to piece together things.
Noticing the dust and everything, I'm going to look at all of the other men and raise my brow and say, did Jonathon have a lover? Maybe someplace else he did stay?
Never came up. I wouldn't know.
Never heard of
Something
such a
else
thing.
to ask Alfred, most likely.
Never heard of such a thing ever. Or
I don't know. Well,
I
did
mean,
we hear?
I'm sure.
You guys can.
I'm sure
I think you guys
Kirill's
have a
never heard of that.
history skill, correct? So you guys can roll history, see if you remember anything from your childhood and growing up. He forgets his
God.
childhood.
Pure amnesia.
All
ah,
right, Misha's carrying the party.
Yeah, thanks, Misha.
The one who posed the question.
Wait, I was gonna
yeah.
say. Wait a
Like,
minute.
so
Oh,
while
yeah.
you're all like talking, I'm just gonna like sit there and like rub my chin and ignore you and mumble to myself. It's like, so at this time back then.
And like
Alright.
a shower thought.
So you do remember there was a woman who had came to visit Jonathon just a few months before you guys left. She was a bit on the shorter side, maybe 5'2". She had like really luxurious black hair, and she was dressed in very fine clothes. She was definitely a noble from somewhere. And she did meet in Jonathon's room at one point. But as far as a lover, that'd be tough to extrapolate from. So you just know that he had a female acquaintance.
I'll snap my fingers and say, there was the short noble lady, maybe, but that's the only one I'm aware of, and I don't think she lives close enough by that he wasn't sleeping here. But he doesn't look like he was sleeping here.
And that's pretty clear that he wasn't.
All right. So you guys, is there anything else you'd like to check out in this room?
Not in this room from Taman. Nothing comes to mind.
There was no journal or anything, I take it.
Nope. He doesn't keep a journal.
We don't sense any evil, dude.
Do you cast a spell?
The cockroach.
spell that senses evil? Because other than that, I don't think you have the innate sense to.
I mean, you could probably look
This
around.
room smells evil.
Well, you could look around the room and see if there's like any kind of runic markings or something like that. Like,
As he kind of went through the room with his investigation at 20, he didn't really find anything in particular.
With
so.
his investigation of 20.
that's pretty good. It's pretty good.
You idiots.
Pretty good one. So yeah. So as you guys kind of come back into the dining hall area of the bronze belly.
Just to be fair, by the way, Cobes can like sense evil, like
yeah, it's I asked
all the
if
time.
he could. Yeah. So
Okay.
so what's the effect of sense evil?
The presence of strong evil registers on your senses like a noxious odor. Let's see, you can open your awareness to detect those forces.
Okay.
But I can do it 3 times a day right now, but I'm not really going to do it.
Okay. So okay. I just don't feel it. I was tricked. Okay.
You got tricked.
All right, that's fine. So as you guys kind of head back into the common hall, you see kind of a gray-skinned, a gray-haired, thick warrior who's with a couple of other lancers of Yankos. You can see that he himself is a lancer just by his colors, and you can tell he's pretty high ranking as well. Tandem, you recognize this man as Petar Olskiv, who's been kind of leading this search. And apparently he's heard that you guys have arrived. As you guys step out from behind, he gives a curt nod. It's good to see you again there, Taman.
You as well, Petar. Have you found anything?
Shakes his head. I'm sorry to say, no. Are these your siblings?
Aye.
Well, as far as Jonathon is concerned, I didn't find anything else, but you can bring her in, he says to one of his compatriots. That's the word of the day. And a Link from the Chain of Neopoa steps in. It's another monk, and she's probably 5'6", and she's completely bald. Looks like it's on purpose. It's very smooth head. She's got kind of a small face.
I glance over at Tao.
Mouse-ish.
Just give him the nod.
And she steps in as Peter kind of finishes up what he was saying. So we have some news from the north, and that's not exactly good. Wow.
Let's just say, let's hear it.
This is Natea, and she's a Link from Olam. That's a town a bit north of Unim. And she has just informed me that a ship carrying your inheritance has run aground just upriver, from Olam, that is. And, well, it appears that they were looking specifically for your inheritance. And she says that the perpetrators are the first flame. It's a group of unsworn that have, until recently, not been a problem. She'll be able to give you some more information, but I'm sorry to say, but this looks even worse.
Wait.
I nod my head.
Inheritance?
Well, that's my
All
next
of it.
question was, but it's going to be directed to her. I look at Natea. You were looking for our inheritance? I know of no such thing.
That's, well, I suppose since you guys haven't all gathered, Alfred, I think he's your priest here, is supposed to read his last will and testament as you all arrive, and that'll give you some information. It shouldn't have arrived but a day earlier. In any case, the ship...
I interrupt her and say, you speak as if you know he's dead. Do you know of Jonathon's whereabouts?
She kind of looks back to Petar. She doesn't know anything of this. It's just that she knows what happened on the boat. And she felt that she needed to bring this information directly to you. As far as his whereabouts, I don't believe she knows. He shrugs at her. No, I haven't heard anything, but there was a survivor on the boat. Well, one of the merchants who run the ship had a daughter. She witnessed the attack. Probably 30, she guesses, Sons of the Flame, First Flame, attacked this ship and ransacked it. But she clearly heard one of them asking for the inheritance of the prince. And following that, I did some investigative work myself. And apparently, this Jonathon was a Garant. Maybe the last Garant. Well, I guess I'm looking at a few right now. I'm not sure if that counts. In any case, I met with some representatives of the bank, and I did my due diligence, and I felt like once I learned that, I needed to come tell you in person that someone had taken it. I mean, this looks like it was a coordinated attack to draw out and steal whatever was going to come to you.
Just real quick. That's Garrett. That's the name of the guy who took all the people in.
Yep, that's
okay.
That's the family that one saved the people of Solera from the darkness and brought them to Solera in the first place. That's the name of the daughter of his daughter that basically brought this region to prominence. And then finally, that's the name of the man who, I think it was her grandson. I'd have to look it up again, but is the one who claimed to be the king of Solera, and who him and all of his household, as far as most of the world's concerned, perished there when there was a fire that occurred in their little stronghold. So,
okay. I would definitely ask. You said these were 30 or more members of the First Flame, and that this sounded like a targeted attack. How do you know how they gained the knowledge that this shipment was taking place, that particular location at that particular time?
An excellent question, and my first thought as well. Unfortunately, when I went to the vaults and asked about this, they were not very forthcoming with information. It must have been some merchant or someone from the vaults must have known and let slip this information.
Can you tell?
No, please.
You go ahead.
Can you tell us more about the First Flame? I've never heard of them.
They, until recently, were a very small group of unsworn, and didn't cause any trouble. I mean, they were regular attendees at festivals in Olam. There's probably 10 of them at most. But with the mounting tension at the border, their numbers had swelled. And if 30 of them attacked a ship, I'd have to imagine that was their full force, but it could be possible that they're even greater at this point. They suppose, they claim to worship Van Viscott and his hearth, but I can't say that I know a whole lot about them. Since they hadn't caused trouble, there was no reason to look into them. Since this has passed, maybe 2 days ago, I have requested another link from Unim, cover my position in Olam when I went out to search for more information. There isn't much I can tell you about them. I'm sorry.
Why are they unsworn if they worship one of the twins?
They're unsworn in the sense that they don't reside in Olam. While they worship Van Viscott, they scorn Van Ratha. And they don't feel like, I don't know, paying taxes, I guess. It's hard to tell, but they hold their own community. And the dictates of Solera, the edicts of Solera, mean that that's fine, that they can do whatever they like out in the wilderness, as so long as they adhere to the laws of Solura when they enter into a city, or any of the trade routes, which San Samir is.
Do we know if where any of their settlements are?
I had tasked Ulrich. He was the other link, and Ulrich should be looking for it. So if he finds out anything, he should be sending message along to us. But as far as I know, they live somewhere east of Olam.
Like you sent this man alone to hunt a band of 30 murderous heathens?
Hunt, not quite. Gather information, stay out of sight, and hidden. We have to find out something, and it appears, if what Petar is telling me is correct, he's not sending any Lancers, so I'm not sure what comes next. And you see Petar kind of shift at this. I'm sorry for your loss, but I can't send even one soldier. This would normally be our domain. We would ride them down and give them the justice they deserve. But within the week, I suspect, Lennar will be at our border, striking. I can't mobilize my troops knowing that this is the case. There won't be a Solura if Lennarians overwhelm us. So if you want to deal out justice, you're welcome to. I would even say you're kind of bidden to. Can't have a group like this striking at our trade routes. It's a terrible thing for me to ask, but I know that he's kind of at a loss for words. I know that vengeance is a real and powerful driver. But you also have to understand that if these people continue these attacks, we'll have an enemy at our back and before us. All I can say is that you would be rewarded greatly if you took this upon yourselves. Hunt them down and get justice for your father. They must have had something to do with his death or disappearance.
Do you not see there could be another problem here, too? You said that Jonathon was one of the last remaining founders of Solura?
Of their line, yes.
And something came down from his inheritance that a group of people who do not hold themselves obligated to Solura, willing to draw attention to themselves to get. I'm not saying we need your help maybe now, but this could be a bit worse than just robbery.
All the more reason to put an end to him.
And if their forces are larger than what you suspect possible of 30 said men? My question, I should be a bit more blunt. If the fate of Solura rests in the hands of the First Flame, are we going to be able to call on you for help?
Natea kind of speaks up. So I went to the wreckage, and while there were, according to the girl, 30 men who attacked it, they were not exactly competent. Just based on the battle, I mean, there were arrows all over the deck, and while it was a bloodbath, there were only 6 guards. And there was a lot more blood than just those 6 guards combined. So, competency, I'm not so sure. Now, as far as a greater threat, as far as we know, it's just a band of mercenaries who saw an opportunity for, I don't know, if they knew exactly that it was your inheritance, how much could it possibly be?
I'm not referring to a numerical value here. They were specifically looking for something related to, you said, the prince. It might not even be money that they got. We don't know what they really did receive. My point is, what if they got something else?
Do you know of what else he would leave to you?
I'm going to do a shrug. As far as I was aware, although I considered him my father, I wasn't. I'll look at everyone else. I wasn't adopted.
I speak up. We ran into mutual service under Jonathon as individuals. We, to our knowledge, are not born of him by blood, but we consider him a father figure after taking us in hard times. But no, he's not truly our father.
Well, did he have anybody else? Maybe this was directed towards someone in Unum or Yankost or even farther south. It was just a boat heading from Sansody.
If there was, we don't know of them. He never mentioned anything in the years we knew of him.
Well, I don't. We're severely lacking in information. That's very apparent. I'd be happy to accompany you back to Olim, and we can start sorting this out if that's what you want to do. If it's not, well, go ahead.
I don't know if we're going to go right to Olim, but as far as the banks are concerned, like I said, we're not blood kin.
I mean, our first priority is Jonathon's health or safety.
His whereabouts and safety.
Yes,
I agree.
Precisely.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, feel free to keep searching, but I have to head back, and, well, you'll have to make your own way there. I'm sure you're capable, if that is what you end up doing. I don't have anything else, Captain Paytar, so if you'll grant me my leave, there's a town to protect.
I just sort of look around at Kirill, Misha, and Tao, and just sort of look at them as if to quietly ask anyone else have any questions before she leaves.
Should we talk to Alfred before we leave?
Before we leave, I agree we should.
I have no further questions.
All right. Well, then I'll take my leave. And then Captain Paytar says, again, I am so sorry that I can't bring justice and ensure this inheritance gets to you. These are dark times, and well, all we can do is pray that the twins will watch over us. If you need anything, I'll still be stationed here for at least the next couple of days, but I'm sorry. Then he starts to walk out. All right.
Yeah, we just let him walk out.
Yeah.
All of them speaking about inheritance and stuff, and no one is speaking as if he's actually alive.
Right, exactly.
Yes, it's very
disgusting. Yes.
Very interesting.
I'll be tapping my hand across
Stroke
like
my
a
chin
bar.
a little bit.
The first flame may have some idea, or it might provide a clue as to where he is. They attacked the ship after he disappeared.
Correct.
Well, the ship was only going to come down because he disappeared, right? Or
Basically,
did he? Yeah.
Could
Or
it
did
have
he-
been a way of drawing out the shipment?
That could be one way of doing it for sure.
If you kidnap the man and everyone believes he's dead.
Why not just kill him?
They could have done
It
that
could be the
too,
case.
but
We don't know either way.
let's operate on the idea that he's alive for now?
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Well, there must be something deeper to this, because if they think he's dead, if they're kidnapping to make us think he's dead, and if he's dead, there's no difference.
I think it's more the idea of him. If it was just him being dead, would it not be easier just to produce a body?
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
But we have no body, so I think it's easier to believe that he's alive.
Yes, he could be captured somewhere.
Take an advantage. Maybe they don't want him dead.
Well, in any case, I think we need to get some more information. I suggest that we find Alfred, ask him what we will, see what he knows, and then maybe best to move on to Olam and get some more clues.
And Haldir is on his way, yes? I'll ask Taman since we didn't.
Yes, that's true. I forgot about that fellow. I suppose we should take our time.
I'm just currently riding through the wind. Yeah.
Yeah.
God. You don't even have a horse. You're just running.
You should have taken the fucking. Should have taken the Eagles. Should have taken the Eagles. Yeah, that's a good point, Misha. We should wait for him here. I summoned him here. Let's ask around town before we make leave after Haldir arrives. I'm sure we'll need to take some time to fill him in with what we've learned just now as well.
We should also find out where these first flames might be camped as well, too. I'll say as I'm cracking a knuckle. Just in case.
I just chuckle. Well, let's go find Alfred. I think that is our best bet. And I step outside and begin to search for Alfred.
All right. Sounds good. Are the rest of you guys all going with him? Are some of you staying at the inn? What's the strategy?
Going with him.
Okay.
I want to talk to Alfred.
Yeah, there's nothing at the inn for us right now.
Okay. So you guys head out, and towards the center of town, there is just this small, modest structure that is kind of a greeting hall for the Church of the Twins, but Alfred definitely leans towards Van Rotha, and hers temples and shrines are usually on hilltops and in high places. So while he does kind of live at this small temple, he usually spends a lot of his time out and about in the wilderness. So you guys kind of head towards the center of town to find this church, and as you rap on the door, there's no answer.
Rap again. I yell at Taman, who's obviously the person who.
Oh no! I guess I just go ahead and do so again.
All right. There's no answer. Nobody comes to the door.
I just look at Misha like, oh, big surprise.
Are there any windows that we can peer into to see?
Yep. Go ahead and make a perception check as you look through the window.
It's a building.
That's a window.
Yeah, I mean it looks empty inside. Yeah, they're pretty blurry, and it's dark inside. It doesn't look like there's anybody conducting any service. So usually, if there is anybody in the church, there's a roaring fire at the center. That's the hearth of Van Scott. There usually is, but there's not one right now. Meaning that there's nobody there because they don't actually leave the fire going when nobody's there.
No, that's what I was gonna say. Like, if there was a fire going, like
fire marshal would not approve.
No, he would not.
He is either out or also gone. How long ago did you see Alfred?
Oh, a few days. I'd say 4 days at the very least. We may need to ask some townfolk if they've seen him more recently.
Aye.
Alright, let's head out and ask some townsfolk.
I give Kirill the
we
nod. Lead the way, my friend.
Before we walk away from the building, I want to call out Alfred's name at least once and see if I hear anything.
That's a good idea.
Just in case.
Like a dog.
Well, how come we didn't think of that?
Nope. You
Nothing.
call out his name. The ring's kind of empty in the square. There's a couple people just kind of moving about in their day-to-day business, bringing up baskets of fish from the dock. And they see you kind of making some noise.
Yeah.
But they've heard about what's going on, and they know who you are. And they kind of avert their eyes as you look at them.
We walk over to them.
Yeah, I do. I do walk over to them.
Okay, so it's just this fish merchant. The town is a little bit bigger, but you guys are kind of famous, so you don't know them. But as you kind of walk up, they stop because they can hear 4 people clanking after them, and they turn and say, it's just this younger man, probably in his early teens, and he's got a big basket of fish, walking up back to his house. He sees you guys, and it's like, how can I help you?
Hello, friend. Have you seen Alfred?
Oh, he's doing his rounds. He says that there was a storm coming. I just saw him this morning. So he's out there somewhere in the hills.
Mm.
Doing his round.
He may be where we took the ride of the first ride.
Can I knowledge religion this shit?
Yeah. What are you trying to understand? I guess.
What his rounds are?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, really, with your background and upbringing, what you've been doing the past 3, you really know. So basically, he goes to each of the shrines that are around Sansody, and usually these are just small, kind of pedestal-like stone structures that are on the tops of hills that are around Sansody, and he lights an offering to them, says a prayer, goes to the next, and basically he's just asking that the storm passes in a way that inspires awe, but doesn't kill anybody. So that's the general gist of it.
All right. I told the party that Alfred's visiting a number of shrines, and that we should get our horse and ride to.
How many shrines are there?
There's 3 on this side of the river. There's one in the north, one that's up the river, and one that's just to the east, kind of overlooking Lake Bailamir. And then there's a couple across the river that you take a bridge to get across, because there is one in Sansody. And then there's just one that's straight south of Sansody, and then another one that's across the river, Sansamir, to the west.
Do we know what order Alfred goes in?
You're in the later afternoon, and as far as you know, he takes care of the ones that are across the river first, because it makes it easier for him.
Well, that's good. We can check the ones on this side of the river first then.
There's only 3. We should split up, and if he's not at our shrine, return here. It would be faster than checking each one individually.
Okay. It's like the one to the north.
I nod in approval. Okay. I'll go with Kirill.
Okay.
I'll head to what's, I guess, more eastern.
All right, so who's going to the one by the river, Sansamir? That's the one.
I can head that way.
Tao will go. He's going by himself. All right, and then Misha's going towards the west or the north, or the east. The east or the north one.
Well, I was going to go to the east one, whichever direction that was.
Yeah,
but
east.
and it's left because the north one is being taken by Taman.
Okay, Taman
And Kirill.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going with him because I don't know much about this This stuff.
Alright.
Does it wig you out going back to a place where
I
got
don't
our
like it.
vision?
I don't like
Okay.
it.
The one to the north.
So-
The one to the north is the one where you guys got your vision. So that's.
So you're
the one
really
you're headed
weirded
towards.
out.
Yeah.
All right,
Alright.
I like it.
Pussy.
Okay. Alrighty. So, you guys each start heading out and splitting up and off into your own directions. I would like each of you to make perception checks as you kind of keep your eyes peeled for signs of the old Alfred.
Why am I so bad?
Because you're OP in combat. No, I'm
Fair
just
enough.
At least you
Is
can
he?
remember
Is
your
he,
childhood.
though?
I don't know, dude.
yeah.
I'm
I have
kidding.
no idea. I'm like a wet noodle.
I was like drunken master.
Yeah, I'm sober right now.
All right. So, Tao,
Mhm.
as you're walking up or not walking up, riding up to the western shrine along the river, you're kind of losing your focus on what's around you, and you're thinking about what's been happening and the kind of message that you got from Hadron, and you're just kind of processing all of what's happened, and you fail to notice the body of Alfred
No. way.
until it's maybe 20 feet away from you. You know, you're just kind of lost in thought, and it's kind of tucked a bit on the hill. What do you do?
So I've noticed it at this point.
Yeah,
obviously.
you've seen it. You're about 20 feet away from it.
Well, I want to look around and see if there's anybody around before I walk up to it.
Sure.
If there's anybody hiding.
Make another perception check. No. It's clear. It's clear. There's nobody else here.
Yeah.
How did you
Like-
survive?
I have no idea.
He's getting all the bad rolls
my
out of the
God.
way, guys.
Yeah.
It's
Keeping
okay.
it consistent. All right. Obviously I don't notice anybody, so I'll walk up to the body.
Okay. So what you see is Alfred has been kind of ripped apart, torn to shreds, really. Part of his chest and his stomach have been eaten away.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be certain, but there's only a few things out in Solera that would do this. You'd reckon maybe it was a bear, but more likely than not, it was a crag cat.
Okay. Can I investigate? I'm going to investigate the body and see if
Sure.
there's anything on him.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
All right.
So through the kind of nasty bits of him that are not as nasty, you reach into his pockets, try and find anything that you can find, and you actually do pull out a piece of paper.
Okay.
That's folded, a piece of parchment rather, that's folded up, and before you can open it, what's your AC?
Oh god.
Oh no!
All right. So you are shooken as a massive pair of claws
Oh,
strikes into
God.
your back.
Dope.
Good thing we split the
and
party.
I'd like you to make a strength saving throw.
All right, buddy.
Yikes. All right.
The
I'm
DM
a
just said yikes. Buckle up.
Sad boy.
Oh, no.
So you take a, let's see. Oof, that's actually a really bad roll. All right.
You talking to me or you?
Bad for the cat, right?
Yeah.
Bad for the cat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bad for the Tau.
Tom ever says that's a really bad roll. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it's probably
Yeah.
it's a solid 27.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. It is a good thing.
I know.
Okay, so as these claws rake against your back and push you onto the ground and rip at your back, you take 4 points of damage.
Okay.
And before you can even react, really respond to the situation, you feel a pair of jaws clamp down at your neck
Oh my god.
and deal an additional 5 points of damage as they rend into your neck. And you've been training. You got a big, thick, meaty neck, but whew,
That's how I make up for my
you're
rolls.
lucky.
He's thick.
He's thick. He's meaty. I'd like you to roll initiative.
All right.
God damn it.
Thanks for helping, guys.
I said I was going with somebody.
You saw a torn up body. I don't know why you hung around.
Yeah.
Like,
He's gonna roll initiative, dude. It's fine.
Okay,
oh.
so you are trained combatant. This isn't your first rodeo. You gather yourself. You have the first turn. You're on your
Alright.
back. This creature is pushing you down. What do you do?
Okay, so I'm on my back and it's on top of me.
Correct.
How big is this creature that's on top of me?
You
Can I tell? Like,
it's on top of you and you're on your back. Do
so
you
I
turn
can't
to look
tell.
at it? Do you turn to look at it?
I thought you meant my back is on the ground
Hmm.
and I'm looking up.
Sorry,
and that
no, you're
creature
on
is
your
top
stomach.
of me.
You're on
Okay.
your
I was like, what the
Yeah,
hell? Am I
that
this
is-
blind? Okay.
The blind
your eyes.
trope.
Can I open my eyes? Okay. So what'd you say? I missed it.
What would you like to do?
I just want to see, like, just immediately just gauge how big of a creature this is.
Okay, so you kind of roll over, pushing the claws away,
Mhm.
and you get a good sight of. It is a giant crag cat.
Okay.
It's one of the things that you guys have seen and experienced. But this one looks, even just in your quick assessment of it, it looks very emaciated and
Okay.
sick. So
All right.
you do know that crag cats usually attack in packs as well.
Right.
So you know.
Okay.
Whew.
Okay. Do I get disadvantage for attacking on my back? I'm pretty sure that's.
I do believe you do. If your melee attacks made from prone, I think are
Okay.
Well,
I just want.
advantage. Is that correct?
unless if is he being grappled,
He is not being grappled.
you can use half your movement to stand up.
Yeah, you can stand up. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Then I'll do that. I'll use half my movement to stand up.
Okay, so you kind of push it off, get to your feet, and square off with it as it kind of reels from your push. It
Mhm.
doesn't appear to be particularly strong.
Right.
Looks like it's been weakened.
Okay.
Alfred.
Yeah. Thanks. All right. So it's in front of me. I want to attack it because I feel like it's fairly weak. You said it's already weakened,
Mm-hmm.
so I want to go ahead and just attack it and just
Sure.
kind of gauge it from that after that point.
Sure. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
All right. Let's see.
What are you attacking it with?
Just with my fists.
Yeah,
Shit.
you strike squarely into its jaw.
Mhm.
Roll your damage. Oof. 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 It reels from that punch, and you kind of see as you pull away, there's blood all across its mouth.
Okay. Then
And it's not only yours, and it's not from the cat either. So he's a bit bloodied. So do you have anything else you can do
yeah.
with your turn?
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to attack again.
Sure. Go ahead.
Oops, my bad.
That does not connect.
No,
Unfortunately.
not.
Unfortunately. All right.
Okay.
So after taking that one swing, it's not exactly deterred, so it's still interested in getting another tasty morsel for the day.
All
Makes
right.
another attack at you and succeeds, dealing an additional 7 points of damage.
All right. I'm down to 11.
Don't forget, you've always got second wind. I don't think you need it for this fight.
No,
but just
I'm not
in
too worried about that. Yeah, appreciate it though.
Misha
not
says
too
telepathically
worried.
from
Could-
across
I'm not
the...
too, I know, right?
From across
I
the
just
river.
I just hear Misha in my head, just like
Yeah.
scolding. Don't be a fucking idiot.
The
It's like that.
finger
It's like
wag.
that shitty
Childhood
tutorial.
The finger
flashback.
wag.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and attack it again. So I'm feeling
Okay.
pretty feisty.
Sure. That does hit.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Ooh,
really
another solid blow.
Yep.
Mhm.
So you wind up for another smack, and you just keep hitting that same spot on the face, that same spot on the jaw. You're trying to break its jaw. It comes back after you take that second swing on it, and it's looking pretty rough, but it's still there.
Okay, so it's still okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm gonna attack it one more time. Feel like it's gonna get.
Yep, you hit. Additional 7. All right. One more time, just after popping it with that right hook, you bring it with the left, and you hear the jaw snap off, and the body goes slap.
Snap off. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Punched a jaw off of a
Kind of like look
chair.
at my fist, like what the fuck.
Jeepers. Yeah, so there's just a sprawled out body of one of these burly crag cats. This particular one looking a bit emaciated. And you see the body of Alfred. Your fists are bloodied. You're looking a little bit roughed up. What do you do?
I want to look again because you said they are pack animals. I want to see if there's any more. If I'm not safe.
Another perception check.
You gotta be
Oh,
fucking
no.
kidding me. How?
Fucking blind man.
Jesus
Out
Christ.
that cave living prison.
I
You
forgot to
look
put my
around.
contacts in.
Nothing's there. Your horse is dipped back about 50
You're
feet.
so emotional.
Just
you
waiting to
can't
see what would
that.
happen. But yeah, there's nothing else. Nothing else out there.
Okay. I mean, okay, so I found. Have I read that note at all, or have
Nope,
I
you
just?
haven't opened it yet. You just picked it up.
Okay,
Just grabbed it before you got jumped.
and that's the only thing I found on his body.
Correct.
All right. Well, I probably should get the fuck out of there. So I'm gonna.
Thank God.
I'm gonna grab Alfred's body and see if I can put him up on my horse and come back with him back to Sansody.
Okay. All right. So the rest of you, Taman and Kirill, you guys arrive at the altar that you guys received your visions from, and you don't see any sign of Alfred. Matter of fact, you don't really see signs of anybody passing through here in at least the last day. Most of the tracks seem a little bit worn. So you look around, you make a couple of investigation checks. All right, if that's what you're... Actually, it'd probably be more perception.
I'll make one. I mean, if I feel like it's visibly hasn't been traveled for long, it's,
You both agree Alfred probably hasn't been here today.
Okay. I suggest to Kirill, oh, nothing here. We should head back, see if
Let's
anyone
head
else has had any luck.
Okay. And Misha, why don't you go ahead and make a perception check as well?
Jeepers.
Like a boss.
Hat
back.
So, yeah, it's just a pristine altar. You're from the church. Do you do anything out here while you have the opportunity, or are you just heading?
If he hasn't prayed over this altar yet, I would offer prayers over it in his place.
Okay. All right. You do so, and then imagine you guys start heading back to the Bronze Bell Inn. Okay. So it's the furthest for Tau. So you each arrive not too long after. I'd say probably 3 hours have passed since you guys all departed. Taman, Kirill, Misha, you guys all meet up at the inn, awaiting Tao's arrival.
Well, we didn't find anything.
Nothing at mine, although I did pray for the altar. He hadn't been there yet.
That doesn't sound good. The commoner said that he makes those rounds every day. Where's Tao?
As you say this, you see a bloodied Tao riding his horse back up the road to the inn.
Wait, we see him riding up to the inn? Are we in the inn? I thought we were having a drink at the inn.
I
inside.
kind of pictured this as a conversation you guys have outside.
Okay.
But yeah.
We're stabling our horses.
We see. I see pretty
Maybe
close.
you see him out the window.
And I can see that he's bloodied.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I run over to him and
clothes are all
ask
ripped
him
up
what
as
happened.
well. Yeah.
I see the body behind him too, and just go. No.
Body. Oh, did he take?
I brought Alfred with me.
Okay. I missed that. All right.
Yeah, I brought the body with me.
I just go quiet when I see the body, but I help Tao off the horse. Well, it's up to you.
Well, did you say anything? I don't know if I was looking at
I ran up to him as soon as I saw him with being bloodied, and offered, and then helped him off the horse, get him back.
Yeah, I'm not far behind. I asked Tao, "Are you wounded?"
I've got some light wounds, but
Are you
nothing
wounded?
I can.
He's all
nothing I
fucked
can't
up.
handle. It's mostly not my blood.
light
Cast lay on
wounds.
hand.
Okay.
Get 7 health back.
Nice.
Cool.
And Alfred, I'll ask as I'm looking at Taman, who I'm assuming is holding Alfred.
There's nothing here. He's gone.
He was ripped apart by one of the crag cats. Crag cat, right, Tom?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, one of the crag cats. I had to fight him off and had to kill it before bringing the body back here. I did find a note, though. I haven't read it. I wanted to wait for us all to be together before I read it.
We should. Well, I guess we should look towards the funeral to preparing the body for a funeral. Did you find anything?
All I found was the note on his body.
Yeah, okay. I think we owe it to Alfred to bury him in a timely manner before we look at the note and get distracted by other things.
These people burn. They're dead.
And then that's what we'll do.
Okay. So you would know, Misha, that generally what people like to do is to take them to their favorite mountain to burn on. As far as is reasonable, they like to set the body up on a pyre, and that's kind of a to-do for you guys at the moment.
The townsfolk undoubtedly will help us. This was there also there.
Absolutely. You've kind of attracted some attention, Tao, as you've moved through the town, and a number of people are extremely distraught at this. But as you tell them what has happened, they, although quite grim, they go about the process of taking care of him. And then one of the sailors comes up and says, I'll take him. Unless you have personal stake in this, he was our priest.
Well, we grew up with him.
He was a friend.
As he was to all of us. Let's take him to the church for now. We'll ride up tomorrow.
Very well.
I just nod.
All right. So you guys deposit his body at the church, and they go about the process of loading up a wagon with some extra wood for the pyre, some oils, and a lot of them are looking to you, Misha, and Kirill for advice on how to do this. They don't necessarily...
I know how to do
Yeah.
this.
I wrote my backstory.
All
That
right.
I've been spending 3 years on funerary rites and other shit like that, but I actually have no idea what the in-house reason.
Sure. Yeah. No worries.
We'll both do it, kiddo. I'll say as I touch your shoulder.
She's very touchy. A lot of touching going on.
I think
No.
I only slapped someone's face up till now.
Yeah, too much. All right, no, that's absolutely perfect. So you guys kind of take the reins in this and prepare his body with the rites that you have to say to Van Viscott and Van Rotha. And while you guys kind of go through this process, you see that the body, while it is kind of a ruin, you mend it up enough and present it enough that he would like to be remembered to some extent. And you prepare him for his body and for the trip to the mountains. So
It's so much worse when you know the person.
What?
Oh, I just said it. Doing this is so much worse when you know the person.
I'll just like look at you very blankly. I think
Okay.
it's maybe better. Don't you think he'd appreciate it more? That it's us.
I hope so.
I know I would.
All right. So after you guys have kind of preserved it for the time being, you head back to the inn. And what would you like to do? You're kind of all reunited there.
Misha's going to go get a drink.
Yeah.
There are a few...
Not a non-milk drink.
There are a few
kegs
that appear to be tapped for the most part at this point. But there are a few bottles of spirits that are laying around behind the bar. You see that some of the stuff has gone missing. Like, kind of a lot of the drinks have gone missing. So,
are there any people tending bar right now?
No, there's nobody in the inn.
This sounds like it's been abandoned right now.
Oh, completely.
Jonathon was only gone for a couple of weeks. Taman, have you seen anybody come into this place?
Not besides yourselves and then Atea and Patar. Only us.
Well, I grabbed a bottle of spirits and sit down next to Tam.
All right.
I mean,
so you guys...
I figured are we sharing this? Like, how many bottles are there?
There's probably 2 with maybe
a couple glasses or something around.
Yeah, but between them a few glasses. Not really enough to get you guys going.
That's fine.
But to share a drink for
That's
sure.
Fine.
There's enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I bring all the 4 glasses to the table.
All right, and you guys kind of sit in this abandoned inn of your former guardian. All right. Is there anything else you want to say before you guys retire for the night? Anything you want to look at, or are you?
Yeah, I definitely asked Tao about the note.
Yeah, I was just saving it for all of us to be together. We can look at it now or look at it in the morning, whatever you guys want to do.
How much has this all occurred in one day, Tom?
This has all occurred in one day, yeah.
How? Because I guess I might know. Maybe I wouldn't. I would definitely like to wait for Haldir. How many days away is it?
Haldir, if he's riding really hard, he can probably make it here tomorrow, but he's going to be exhausted.
Okay.
Well, who cares about him?
Well, I say, given that information, I say, no, you're right. We should wait. We'll wait.
Okay.
I just need a drink, and I pour a glass of the spirits for myself and sort of offer it to everyone else as well.
I'll happily take it. I'm still kind of messed up a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll actually want to check out Tao's wound. Well, he's
I pour Tao a double.
Yeah. Thank you.
Over the counter.
You see 4 puncture marks on the back of his neck that are starting to heal up a little bit. You see across his back, there's slash marks that have ripped up his tunic, whatever he was wearing. And across the front, you see one straight slash across kind of where his belly is. That one's mostly healed up. There it is.
This is after I lay on hands, though.
That's after you lay on hands. Yeah. How much does your lay on hands heal for?
7.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
I'm gonna bandage him, and while I'm bandaging him, I'll do a healing word.
All right.
Not like it matters for sleeping, but still.
Sure.
One shouldn't bleed all over the counter.
Or in my bed.
Jonathon would not have approved.
Sweet.
Perfect. Okay. So you guys kind of spend the night in remembrance, and you awake the next morning to a very wet and very disheveled looking Haldir busting through the main hall.
Sorry, he comes in the morning? I didn't catch that.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, he does.
Okay, so we're all awake and we're all downstairs, right?
Yes.
Of course, eating breakfast and not covered in water and.
Right.
He's like super tired. Okay. I'd just go over to him and give him a hug, give him a slap on the back. Pretty hard, actually. And say, Haldir, glad you could make it.
Is he wearing
Hello.
a coat? I'm assuming you have a cloak on, right?
No.
You're a traveler and you don't have a cloak. Okay, so in that case, Misha is just gonna give you like a weird side eye.
I like the
She'll-
cold.
She's gonna gently
Well.
pat one of your cheeks.
Perfect.
Touchy people.
Well, seems misery loves company. Awesome.
So what's all this business about?
I pipe
You
up.
should sit.
Take a seat for this one.
Well,
I'll do so.
I explain to Haldir that Jonathon has gone missing. We've searched around the town. Found nothing. And tell him about Alfred's unfortunate passing.
Okay. So I think I just sit there and to kind of take it in, and when I hear that Alfred has passed, I look a little bit shaken, but I lift my chin up and kind of accept that things are different than when I was here before, and just kind of try and get fully caught up on all the details of what's been going on.
I'd also share my suspicions about the first flame possibly having something to do with the disappearance and their shipment thing.
I opine that they're dirty apostates, and that's probably
So appropriate.
And then I'll fill him in on the situation with finding Alfred's body and the note that we have yet to read.
a lot of character. They are actually literal apostates, aren't they?
Yep, pretty much. That's kind of the way that it sounded.
Well, we'll get the note out then. Let's read it.
Do you want to rest first, Haldir? You look shaken. I've seen better days.
No, I don't.
Very well.
But yeah, go on.
Okay, I'll just pull up the note and lay it on the table in front of us.
Okay. So it reads, I, Jonathon, of sound mind, declare this to be my will, should it be necessary in the event of my untimely death. To the 5 I have chosen, I leave a half measure of my accumulated wealth, with the rest given to the coffers of Sansody for the maintenance of the city infrastructure, to be used at the discretion of the chief builder. The Bronze Bell Inn should also pass to 5 whom I have chosen, if they should desire to work it. In the event they decline, it is my wish, but not command, that it pass to the city to serve as a town hall. Should I pass for my time, a package should be released from Namina, and it should be delivered expressly to the 5 I have chosen, opened under the strictest of privacy. It will contain further information for their eyes alone. This is my desire. And it's signed with his name, Jonathon Garrett.
The plot thickens.
I mean, we didn't really learn anything extra.
We didn't know his last name before
Well,
this, correct? We just knew he was Jonathon.
Well, we
No,
thought
we did.
the inheritance
We
was
did, okay.
money. Well, we assumed the inheritance was money, but it may
It
and
could be
not
lands,
be money.
it could be-
information.
Yeah.
Yep.
But-
I mean, he says leaves a half measure of his wealth. So, of that last bank statement, you can assume that you have maybe 7,500 gold pieces coming to you from him if you ever retrieve it. And then he also had a package that was going to be delivered to you.
Which we're assuming was on the boat.
Yeah.
Safe assumption.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we can assume the package was the one intercepted by the first flame.
Is it dated, this letter?
It is not.
Well, it's a
It is-
will,
it is.
so
It's in
Yeah,
his
it's a-
hand. But
If it's a will,
The date could be important on a will sometimes.
yep, there's
Especially
no
if
there's
there's
no date. It looks almost hastily written.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab it and be like,
How
It's
old does the piece of
down-
parchment that it was written on look?
The piece of parchment itself,
Yes.
it's not particularly yellowed.
Okay.
I'm not sure on the
I'm trying
specifics of
to
it, but
just determine if it was very recently written or not.
very recently, as in
As in within
days,
the like
or-
the last couple of weeks, like maybe 2 or 3 weeks.
okay. You would
go ahead.
suspect just based on the writing and the way that the ink's settled on the page and the coloration of the parchment, that it's at most a month old.
Okay.
Can I make a history check?
Sure.
Trying to see if I have, knowing now that who he is, trying to find out if I would have any inkling as to what he might be trying to give us in this package.
Sure.
16.
So the only thing that really jumps out to you as a possibility, other than additional information like he promised, is that there was a crown that was bestowed or that was crafted by the Garrett who called himself king. Let me go ahead and pull his name here real quick. Let's see here. It's
Are you talking about Nick? Or whatever?
Kinnick. Yeah, Kinnick Garrett. So he crafted a crown that was of gold, and it was spiked. And from the history that you've learned of Solura, it conveyed some power as well. But the details are very sketchy. Some call it evil. Some say it made Kinnick mad and that he burnt down the stronghold himself. Some say that it inspired greed in the people who served him, that it twisted their perception of him, and that other people lit his stronghold aflame and burnt out the stronghold so that they could claim the crown in the ruin. But it's not very clear. about exactly what happened.
Yeah,
But that's pretty much the
But
only
to my
thing.
knowledge, this is like an artifact like lost to history, correct?
Absolutely. Yep. It's supposed lost, and people of Solera and the time immediately after Kinning's death and all of his family, supposedly all of his family, people kind of rejoiced, or they were glad that it happened, because he was not a good ruler and he took away a lot of the freedoms that the cities had, oppressed them. So people are not sad that Kinnick died.
So I would relay any of that information to the group.
Could this crown, in some way, the group who went after it, they're unsworn,
The first flame.
but they don't
their name?
agree with the rulership of Solera. Could this somehow give them claim?
Can we roll in?
I would guidance that whoever looks like they might actually have an idea about answering me.
Sure. So you guys have spent a lot of time here. I would say that Tao, Misha, and Kirill, you guys can all make history checks. And you can give your guidance to whoever you like, Misha, as to whether or not it kind of bestows.
Do I have to declare it before I see the rolls?
Too late.
Yeah, they already rolled. But
You may as well just give that to yourself.
My history is 2.
That would be the most logical thing to do anyway, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, and I'll give myself.
What
I'm
the
gonna roll
fuck?
1d4
It's gonna crit everything.
Heapers.
just in case. Well, whatever.
Okay. So, Misha, you know that the crown itself was seen as kind of the link to royalty for Kinnick. Like the fact that he made the crown makes the king. That's what he thought. It's kind of crazy. He was a little bit of a wacko. So if other people thought that, then you would agree. Like, then that must be what the first flame was thinking. Is that if they have this crown, they can claim kingship over Solera.
I want to slap my hand on the table and look at them. And Jonathon died possibly for this.
I just want to say, your character is like that annoying girl at school who asks questions they already know the answer to.
She's been slapping me a lot. She's already the annoying girl, dude.
She'll look at you and be like, I read a lot over the last 3 years. Like, a lot.
The other thing I was going to ask is, would any of us potentially know what these people's namesake is? Like, why are they of the first flame? What relevance does that have?
So you have, I was briefly explained, or what Natea said was that they worship only Van Viscott, and they don't recognize the other twin, Van Ratha. But the flame is the flame of the hearth. It's civilization, responsibility, kind of personified to some extent. So that's part of it, but you don't really have full idea about it because you haven't heard of these people. You don't know them. You've been out of the country for a long time. They don't even live in your region, really. So you'd have to do a little bit more investigating. All right.
Well, I would say, I find it not a coincidence that Alfred has been killed, and hope that you all agree that is, in accordance with what else has happened, that is quite suspicious.
But the method of his death was by cat.
I agree. The timing is
peculiar. You never met a
peculiar.
man who can charm an animal? Never seen that before.
Mm,
I have.
Have you ever seen Alfred do it?
Well, no,
I don't
but
think he's insinuating Alfred would have
that's
done
not.
Oh, you're
It's a
saying
good method. It's a
someone-
good method to kill a man. What I'm trying to say.
If you're trying to hide it, yes, I suppose. Well, Tao was the one who faced off with this cat.
Yeah, the cat was really sickly. And it put up a fight, but wasn't that big of a danger. And it was alone. That's the other thing, because they usually fight in packs. There was only one of them.
Well, I don't know. I would find that to be more suspicious. Would you not?
Absolutely.
I mean-
it's definitely out of the ordinary.
How many times has he walked those roads? And he struck down by the weakest of the. I mean, that
It's
seems
all
a
out of the
little odd
ordinary. Yeah.
to me.
What you're suggesting, though, that kind of control over an animal isn't something you can do from a great range. That would require a much closer proximity.
And better perception rolls.
Yes.
The town, I don't see any of the townsfolk, but maybe if there is another who has passed through.
It's a good place to start to see.
Are
Anybody-
there any village elders or sort who have been in this town a long time that would know?
Yeah, probably Alfred.
Well, yes.
Here, let's ask him.
Other than Alfred.
Jonathon would have probably been the next
All
person.
right, let's do a blood ritual.
Oh, God.
Misha.
Let me steal some diamonds.
I did a lot of reading, but I
Okay.
didn't research blood rituals.
I look down
But-
disappointed.
Well,
I could look for undead things, I say as mumbling it underneath my breath.
well, I think we should just do the natural thing and go find these men of the first flame, and
We need to start getting some more information. I agree.
I second
I-
that.
I would like to ask if any older people in town knew the woman that Jonathon was meeting with.
Yeah. Go ahead and make an investigation check. Is anybody assisting him in this?
Are you
No,
asking
it
for
wouldn't
assistance?
wouldn't
Yeah, I'll
cross
go
my
with him.
mind.
Okay, so you can
I
roll.
mean, he's
with
gonna have to
everything.
walk around and talk to people. Yeah.
I'll go with him.
I'll be drinking if you guys have it covered.
Kirill, what the-
Don't make me do it rolls.
Yeah.
Hey,
Go
I
ahead.
just
and
realized,
roll
aren't
again.
these supposed to be rolling with advantage all the time?
You've just said it somehow.
Yeah, I said
you
it.
can set it.
I think I can set it, or maybe you can. I'm not
We
sure.
Why are we
Oh, yeah,
always
I'll
supposed to
look
roll
through
with
it.
advantage?
But you can
Yeah.
roll again, Kirill.
Yeah, he
'cause
said
you have,
me to
you have
only
advantage.
disadvantage.
Only disadvantage. Well, that would explain those perception rolls.
So after asking the people who worked
I
with
fixed it.
her, or excuse me, worked with Jonathon at the inn, you ask Aaron, who was the stable master that he used. You ask Miss Day, she was a barmaid, and you ask Tanish, who was also he was the kitchen cook usually, and none of them know who she was, but they recall seeing her on a number of occasions.
Was there any pattern to her appearances? Did she come on certain festivals, certain times of the year?
They kind of shake their head thinking about it. No, not really. Nothing that went with the festivals, no. But she usually stayed a few days at least whenever she came.
And she
Would-
stayed in Jonathan's room.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, how would his demeanor change when she was around?
No,
Was it
no.
love?
No, she would have her own room, and they would confer sometimes in her room, but No.
Did you hear any suggestive noises?
Did he get butterflies when he saw
They
her?
they never.
I
never
roll my
heard
eyes
anything
as
like
they ask
that.
this question.
They were diligent about their work. They didn't get into his business.
I'm sure they were.
Oh yeah, quite diligent. What's the next step? Where are you guys headed? What's the plan?
If you guys finished around town, and if we weren't looking for any other strange people that might have been through town recently, First Flame, I think, was the plan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I agree with that assessment. We need to find these people.
And make them pay, of course.
And yes, but we also need to find whatever it is they took.
Okay. What route are you guys wanting to take? You can hire out a boat. It'll take you up.
We're going to Olam,
river.
correct?
You're going to Olam.
Where's Olam?
Well,
It's right
I'm
on
right there.
If it's up
King of
to
Sun.
if I vote that we take the roads, they're going to be much more familiar to traverse, and
What
we have horses.
season is it right now?
You guys are entering into fall. So it's the last kind of thralls of summer. The rivers are at the lowest they'll be pretty much all season or throughout the entire year. And this is actually one of the better times to take a boat if you want to. It wouldn't actually be faster than riding your horse.
But we'll run
Sorry.
into a lot less things. I mean, these rivers are pretty well monitored. It looks like most cities run through here. Like, pirates aren't really a thing.
You'd think that, but then
Yeah, but then that thing just
but
got
then
attacked.
Okay.
a vault ship was attacked.
Taman votes for the road. Also, how do you have +7 on your greatsword? Holy.
I don't. I accidentally added one. I'm trying to remove.
Cal, your mic is all messed up.
There's
You're
a little
popping there. You're popping there, my
on your
man.
screen. There's a little like a lock unlock thing. If you hit that, it gives you the option to trash can anything on your
Cool.
sheet.
There we go.
Trash
Thank
can.
you.
Is Tal's mic fixed?
So-
That seems important.
So taking a boat is not faster.
It is
We
not
know that.
faster. No, it's
Alright.
Ride.
much
I
more.
would say we should ride
Okay.
for a couple
for
reasons.
multiple
but-
reasons. Yes.
Has riding improved for you? I say as I look back at Tao and Taman.
We'll find out.
I can't say I'd know any better.
Okay, and you said that you're riding the roads rather than taking a more direct route.
Yes.
I would rather ride the roads compared to
Yeah, that's
traveling
probably
over the
lots smarter.
mountains.
Well, I mean, we
Okay.
wouldn't going over the mountains.
We could go under.
Well,
Oh
wait,
my
how do you draw
God.
the arrows?
It is
You click on the ruler.
ruler. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like a circle with a little mini ruler through it.
The little arrow
Well,
does
we
ping.
could save some time if we were to ride from, like, say, this point to, like, right here.
But the second you leave the roads, you leave.
How much
well
time is
traveled
it? Does it realistically take to get there on horseback?
So you can travel about 32 miles in a day comfortably with your horses. So
Okay.
to Yankost, it's a little over a day. To Unum, it's from Yankost, it's about a day, and then to Unum or to Olam from Unum, it's a little less than a day. So it would take you about 3 days to get to Olam.
If we
You
hit
could-
all the
If we
cities
followed
along
all the
way.
roads?
If you followed the
You
roads,
can cut a whole day if you don't follow the road.
Yeah.
Are you?
But-
I'd be open to cutting a day down.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm in.
Any objections?
Nope,
It's a
let's do it.
silly- there's an objection from me. It's a silly idea, but fine. Just
All
We're
right.
riding
don't
out
say I didn't tell you.
Peer
against
pressure.
the horde of bandits.
Good to know that we all agree.
If we're too scared to walk through the woods, then what the fuck are we doing?
I don't feel like fighting a cat like other people do, or sleeping on
Well,
the
it's
ground.
certainly not my intention, but I don't think the road's much more comfortable than the grass.
I don't even think we can make it there in 2 days. It looks like it's still gonna take 3.
We'd still have to stop by the other town. Like you could camp out in the middle from if you cut out the first town, you can still make it to Unam and then go to Olam.
We should stop in one of these towns along the way and see if we can learn anything else about.
We should stop in Unam. Don't you know people
That's what I'm thinking. Learn about the first flame if they were seen by anyone there.
We could ask at the temple. I don't know.
Okay. So you guys want to...
So we're riding directly for Unam, I believe.
Riding directly
Yes.
for Unam? Okay. So that means that you'll spend at least one day out in the wilderness, and on the plain, pretty much. So as you kind of ride out, what is your marching order? Who's riding in front? Who's riding in back? Are you riding
Do we
3
wanna
deep,
just-
4 deep?
Should we
I'm
just-
in rear with
Or
the
should we
gear.
just roll like our
Yeah.
animal
Rear
handling,
with the gear.
what order we go in?
I'll
I mean, I think that we're gonna wait. We wouldn't like.
No one's gonna
Run
leave
ahead,
anybody
right?
behind. No.
Right.
I think we'd
We'll
ride
see how fast. the
not in a
people-
line but in a row, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and you're not really
I don't think it
running your horses, because if you do that,
Yeah.
you'll tire.
We don't want to be tired.
And well, not you. I mean, your horses would be.
The horses.
Well,
on
I
Taman's
get
back.
that.
Haldir's on the back.
Yeah.
Haldir in the rear. Who's taking the front?
I'll go in the
Kirill
front.
is.
Kirill. Okay.
I'll go behind Kirill.
I'll go in the middle.
Okay. So then that puts Misha behind
Yeah.
Tanum.
Yeah, and then in front of Haldir.
As
Okay.
it should be.
Riding in a line, you guys start heading out of Sansody. You follow the road for a few miles, probably about 10 or so, before you start heading straight north. And this country isn't exactly familiar to Tanum or Haldir, not in recent years, but the grassy plains stretch for miles and miles. And as you travel, I'd like you all to make perception.
Jesus.
So Kirill, at the head of the train, keeping his eyes wide open. It's free and clear. The morning, or the day, as you kind of head out, is very crisp. There's a few clouds floating in the sky that give you a bit of cover, but the sun kind of warms you as the cool breeze rides up from the south, for the most part. And it's at your back, and it feels good to be in the saddle and to just ride. You guys make camp that night, somewhere just to the east of the Sagar Mountains. Are you guys kind of steering clear of the forest that's at the foot of those mountains, or are you trying to cut a clear path? Are you saving those extra miles?
I think
Or
we'd
are you
we'd
staying
go
away?
around them, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go
Going
around.
through the woods would be.
Pretty negligible if we just take that extra
Yeah.
distance.
Okay.
We gain little.
So you set your encampment. Are you doing a fire? Are you guys setting watch for the evening? How do you set up your camp?
We're having a fire.
I set up
Oh.
a prom in honor of one of the twins, or Van Scott.
Okay. It's
This is
kinda
on the
difficult.
open plain, correct?
Yeah, this is on the open plain, so it's pretty difficult to keep a fire going. You basically have to pull the long grass around you for your flame, and to keep it burning.
You
You
dig a
find
pit
enough
down.
stones. Yeah. You like, it's not going to spread. I mean, the
Nah.
grass is green. It's not going to just start burning up. At
I just
range.
meant to avoid
right?
the winds too
Yeah,
much.
yep, absolutely. So you guys kind of build your flame pit. You get settled for the night. How are you doing watch?
I offer
Or
to
are
take
you?
first watch.
So we're just gonna do. You guys want to just do one person awake and then the rest of us sleep? Or do you
No,
want to do 2?
You need to get at least the full 8 hours. So how many watches do we need to cover a night? I think it's
Probably
like
do
at least
2.
4.
Depends how
Everybody
big
does a 2-hour watch.
Yep, if everybody does a 2-hour watch, then I think you'll have
That's 10
8
hours
among
of 5
you.
people, but someone
Yeah, 10
cannot.
hours of
Someone
5
doesn't have to
people.
watch.
I'm gonna look at Haldir. Haldir may be the most
Tired.
exhausted of us.
Yeah.
The
let him
only
sleep.
people who need the full 8 hours though are spellcasters.
Sure.
So Haldir and Misha absolutely have to have the full 8 hours, but Tannum,
you do suffer a level of exhaustion.
Okay, well, that's a
You
good
don't.
point.
Yeah, I just rather do like
If
the
you don't
full,
get the full 8
hours.
hours. I see. All right. Well,
Yeah.
we'll look into that. but
He
I
doesn't
think-
care. Just don't tell him
If-
shit.
I think it's not just that. It's like if you're up for like 24 hours and then
and then you get exhausted. Yeah.
Yeah.
and
I
then
think
you
that,
also
like-
don't get 8 hours of sleep or something. Then
I think by dividing it into 2-hour watches between 4 was like a pretty standard way of covering watches for a night.
If we need more people to have longer rests, I don't mind taking a double shift. I'll stay up for
Can't
4.
take a double shift.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Good idea. You look like you
So
need it.
the first person on watch, go ahead and roll perception. As you peer into the night, Tannum, you can hear from the Sagar Mountains the howling of wolves, some of which are cut short. And you hear kind of a battle play out, probably between a pack of wolves and a pack of crag cats. It's pretty disturbing. And there's a lot of death. But
Well, I know that I essentially failed my check, but am I able to determine how close this sounds?
it's in the mountains.
Okay.
It's or at least at the forest at the foot of the mountains. You know that a lot of the howls and the roars of crag cats can carry miles.
Okay.
You're not exactly sure how far away it is.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I didn't mention this,
Yeah.
but I would just for RP. Still got my boy Goose chilling here, dude. He'd be flying around looking at things.
Oh yeah. The infamous Raven Goose.
I think that gives you advantage.
Well, I'm
If-
not
He's using.
I'm not using it.
Help.
I'm not using it.
So what you're saying is you're
He's
not
had a long day.
good.
The raven lands on your shoulder.
Familiar.
He's a fucking pet.
Screeches, Cuck, cuck.
Is it a familiar or is it a pet?
It's a pet.
It's a pet, not a familiar.
I
As far
named
as
my
you know.
horse Maverick, by the way.
Maverick?
Yeah.
Because I'll find it.
You can do it.
Well, we all know that your horse is.
I'm not using my raven. Because I didn't declare that before.
Sure.
Goose is just chilling. He's
but
flying
other than,
around, but he's
other
not
than
looking.
that kind of fight that's playing out towards the midnight hour, you don't see anything moving on the plain. It's a relatively peaceful night, and the moon is out, and you with your vision, your night vision, you see for a pretty good distance around you, and it seems to be coast clear, you would say. Who's taking the second watch?
He has night vision.
No, I mean as a person.
I was
Him
really
looking
wondering.
away from the fire.
Goose has night vision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
I'll take
He probably
second watch.
does.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a perception check. And it's much the same for you, Misha. You kind of have this freedom, this moment to just experience the plains, which Van Rotha and Van Viscott have kind of called it their holy land. So it's kind of a surreal moment because a lot of the time that you've spent in Unum has been among the city, and in those brief moments that you're moving out and to the Brass Peaks or to Sagar Mountains, or even up to Mount Swalt to bury people. you have always been with a large group of people, and you've always had a task, but now you just kind of get to rest and experience or enjoy nature in the quiet, in the dark. So it's kind of a calming moment, and your watch passes uneventfully. Who takes the next watch?
I can take it. No problem.
I'll take it.
Oh, okay. So who's taking the third, and then who's taking the fourth? Tower or Kirill?
I'll take the fourth.
Oh, I thought
Okay,
I did a
I'll take
double
the
one.
third.
Well, we'll go with what we just said right
That's
there.
fine.
But so go ahead and make a perception check, Tao. You did,
Yep.
and then go ahead and make a perception check, Kirill. Okay. So Tao, your watch passes pretty uneventfully. But Kirill, as the sun starts to dawn, and you start to get a better lay of the land, you can start seeing a little bit farther around you. You do see some figures at one point moving to your west, and they're almost, you'd say, half a mile off. Which isn't too far, but riding around somebody or just riding in general in the night on the open plains, it's not terribly uncommon. Do you take any action when you see this figure moving in the darkness, in the dim light, I should say?
Figure or figures?
It's a couple of figures. You'd guess that it's a person guiding a horse, but that's your guess.
I mean, the question is, are you an idiot or not?
I don't know if that's the question. I'm
I
asking.
think I'm not gonna. I'm gonna poke Tam and be like, "Yo, I see someone on a horse."
I would get up and assist him in trying to see if I can see what he can see.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check as well.
While not using Goose.
No, I'm not. Goose is asleep, guys. Come on, he needs his 8 hours.
Oh, sorry. Beauty sleep.
So you look as well, and after Kirill kind of points it out to you, you see this pair of figures moving northward. But other than that, you
Not
don't
toward
really
us, though,
think of
right?
it. No, not towards you.
Okay.
They're heading north. It's not uncommon to see somebody traveling on the plains as well, but
I just tell Kirill.
Yeah.
I think it's probably nothing. They seem to be on their own way.
Very well.
Okay. So as the dawn comes to its fullness, you guys are all stirred awake, either by the morning sun or by your companions. You prepare a breakfast.
Can it be eggs?
Can it be eggs? maybe
Sure.
Maybe some of
What do you think Goose is for?
some of Goose's eggs.
Yeah, right. He's just shitting out eggs nonstop. He, by the way.
Yeah, there's some serious problems here. No, absolutely. You guys have fresh rations from Sansody, and it's only been a day, so you guys could carry good food
Nice.
to bring for breakfast. And you're traveling to Unum, which is only a half a day away. So, absolutely, you guys feast on a nice warm breakfast. Who does the cooking in this group? I mean, a couple people have to kind of take charge. There's only one fire, so.
Me.
Haldir.
God. Oh, Lord.
Who helps out? Who helps Haldir?
I'll help him.
I often handle hearths.
Okay. I'll
Kirill,
just sit back.
He's the flame man.
I'll sit
Yeah,
back.
that's right.
So you,
Flame broiler.
yeah.
As we
You
call
wake
them.
up to them sizzling up some fine bacon and eggs. A classic breakfast, Clara. And you guys head out on your way as you kind of collect yourselves for the day.
Make the sick bacon.
I'm a vegan, sorry.
There's
Oh,
there's no breakfast for you. You can feast on the grass.
I graze on the grass.
And you guys begin your travel up to Unum.
That's why he's bold, you know.
Is the vegan thing new?
Oh yeah, I came up with it.
Like when we were kids and stuff, you weren't a vegan, right?
I think,
Yes.
I think you're being
I think it isn't real.
No,
I think it's fake.
In character moment. I'm taking this as in character moment.
Oh,
Talon
this is-
eating grass. So
Let's roll with it.
No.
Probably learned it along with buggery with the rest of the freaks.
did your profession turn you off of meat?
Yeah, I got tired of seeing raw flesh.
What the
Yikes. Yikes. So you guys do have an opportunity to kind of talk to each other as you ride. It's not an arduous ride by any means. Is there anything that you guys talk about or ask each
I
other
just
about?
openly ask to the party, you guys think we'll find anything useful in Unam before we step into Olam?
Must.
We'll probably
Yeah.
find out some small details, but I don't think we're gonna find anything
Well,
crazy.
we'll definitely find something about the first flame, I hope.
I'm hoping some other observer may have stopped there that we can question.
Kirill, the people you work with in the temple, your duties were separate from mine. Wouldn't they have a better understanding of heretics? Or maybe the ones who are around?
I wasn't really quite part of any sort of inquisition since our laws forbid. But I'm sure some people would know. I'm sure if we went to the library, we could look them up. I don't know if theirs is a new heresy.
As someone who's done a lot of reading in the library, have I run across any texts for First Flame heresy?
You can roll a history check.
Can I guidance myself, or am I?
You can, yeah. That's absolutely something you can do. 14. So kind of looking back in your mind's eye to the books that you've read, to what you've learned about Solura's history, you know that the First Flame, the Unsworn that call themselves the First Flame, have been around for a pretty long time. You'd say that maybe it was first founded in the last 30 years. That's when you see the first kind of written mention of them. But it is always a small group that's mentioned. And they appear to have talked to or joined in on a few councils of the faith. And this is an opportunity for people to kind of come together and express their concerns or their wishes, or to learn more about their faith in the twins. And the people of the First Flame have always been represented in the past 20 to 25 years, but they have always been a very small number, and they always undoubtedly revoke any idea that Van Ratha is a goddess, or that she should be venerated, or that she should be cared about at all. They believe that Van Viscott has usurped or become the greater power over Van Ratha, and that there's no reason to worship a lesser goddess or demigod. That's their kind of thinking.
Fucking
They're
Judaizers.
sexist. So,
Yeah.
out of curiosity, then, you said they were meeting with them. So the person they've met with within like that many years, would Viserys have been around for that?
He would have been at that council, but there would have also been a number of other people who worship these councils of the faith. They would accept anybody who worships, who want to come. So there would be greetings or meetings of thousands and thousands of worshipers in Unum each time these occurred. They occur about every 10 years. So he may have been there, but
He might not
whether
have
or
much
not
more.
he might not have much more as far as information goes.
I'll throw out that knowledge out there that they would have talked to the council of the faith within every single council meeting. At some point, someone in the temple might have more information about where to find them.
All right. You guys kind of continue forward to the north, and
while we're riding,
yeah,
because it's like I don't really have to focus too much on what I'm doing, right? I'm just like
correct.
fucking-
Yeah.
You're just leading
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm at the back.
Are you at the back? Wait, who's at the
Kirill's at the front.
front? Okay, never mind. Yeah.
Yeah. So while we're going, I'm just fiddling with this cube around my neck, and trying to make some progress. Just looking at it.
Is this the part where you ask me to ask you what you're wearing around your neck?
No, I want to look back and say if you fiddle with that anymore, you'll go blind.
Bald, you say?
You got me.
It's
Okay.
very pretty.
It is. You want to kind of describe a little bit more about what you're kind of messing with, Mr. Haldir?
Sure. It's like a really dark colored cube that has these white X's on it, and that's probably like all you guys could make out. I mean, it's not very big, and it kind of just looks like he's running his fingers along the sides of it, like trying to. I mean, it looks like he's trying to figure out a puzzle. So
Yeah.
All right.
Was that a gift from your mentor?
no, not quite. It's more of a little trinket I borrowed from a wizard I met when I was in
Borrowed?
Skull. Yeah, I borrowed it.
Like,
Borrowed with the
The classic
you would
Haldir
steal-
borrowing, I believe.
I mean, he gave it to me. I asked if I could borrow it, and he said, "Yeah, I'll give it back sometime. One of these days,
think
as soon as I see him again."
I didn't think the wizards were the borrowing type.
Well,
They're not.
Damn it.
How many wizards have you met?
Well, there's you.
Many.
I'm not a wizard.
You're as close as I've come. A few in
I'm
passing,
quite the
but-
borrowing type, aren't I?
Well, have you ever
Hmm.
borrowed anything to me?
Well, have you ever asked?
Oh my god.
What the heck?
Clearly not a wizard at puzzles.
May I borrow that necklace?
No.
You should just nod and be like, mm-hmm.
Alright, fuck you too.
It's not mine to give.
It's
All
not
right.
giving, it's borrowing.
Oh my goodness.
Keep going.
Who's
I just
on
ride up to
first?
Kirill and go, "Can you believe this shit?"
It's hard to believe.
Okay. Oh.
Thrilling, guys.
It's like,
This is our
yeah,
RP
dude.
session.
So, you guys have a couple options as far as heading up towards Olim. If you want to be the most direct that you possibly can, you're going to have to ride a tributary that goes towards the lake that's around Unum and kind of feeds into Sasamir. Or you can take the bridge that's closer to Unum.
I'll take the
You're
bridge and go
intending to
to
stop
Udon.
there?
Bridge.
I'm thinking bridge.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna swim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna carry
So-
Jetsam on her back.
You guys arrive at this stone bridge that's been built up and fortified, and even off in the distance, you can kind of tell that there's some sort of element towards it. It's a little unnatural. It's just kind of got this shimmer to it. and this smoothness to it it's just a little bit off. It's been a little bit fortified, is your bet. You've seen kind of structures like this in a lot of your travels. Misha, Tao, and Kirill, you guys have seen the bridge before. Mm-hmm. It's the bridge of Kernist, and it crosses this tributary, and it really kind of connects southern Solera and northern Solera. So you've been here before. It's nothing that special. Off to the left of the bridge, as you kind of are riding up across it, there is this. There's this kind of pristine lake where the waters kind of settle, but at least to some extent, especially in the summer and towards fall, where it's just this nice, smooth, clear, and serene lake that you guys can kind of look upon. And it's another gorgeous day in Solera. I mean, you guys can kind of feel and you always constantly hear this like shifting of grass in the wind, because it's usually windy in Solera. And it's just another mostly sunny day, crisp, cool air, probably in the mid 60s around that area as you're kind of riding up and passing across this bridge. Are you guys keeping to your same marching order?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't see any reason to change it.
Of course. Okay. So
Kirill's eyes are the best.
Yeah, absolutely. They're without a doubt the best. They're much better than Tao's. That much we can be certain. Okay. So as you kind of cross over this bridge, you continue on this path, and the road that kind of dictates the trade, I guess, is for the most part a dirt road. And as you get closer to some of the towns, it becomes brick, and the nicer towns like Yankost and Unum, all of their roads in town are bricked out, and they get dirty and they can get muddy in some of the areas. It's mostly well paved, quote unquote paved, and around this bridge it is no exception in the sense that it is paved as well. And there's kind of a clearing on either side for people to camp if they don't want to stay inside Unum, because a lot of times trading caravans don't want to bring everything they have into a city. They just want to go around it. So you guys kind of have this opportunity to relax and enjoy the sun, look out on the lake, or you can keep heading into Unum. And as you kind of cross over the bridge, you kind of have this opportunity to discuss whether you want to go into Unum or just continue on the path up to Ulm.
I think we should go into Unum to find out more about the first flame.
Any information is going to help us, so since we know very little.
I mean, I think it's true, but as far as I'm aware, we're just going to their last known location. Like,
right.
I mean,
there's
potential that they could be gone by the time we get there.
Well, true. If indeed when we get there. I mean, if there's nothing when we get there, I don't expect that they're still going to be hanging out there. We should probably find one of the members of their little cult to interrogate.
Won't it be over 24 hours by the time if we ride straight through? Because it was a day to go. You said like 30.
So as you're discussing this and figuring out what you're going to do next, a bolt passes through the chest of Kirill, dealing 27 points of damage.
What?
That's exactly how much life that boy has, I think.
Okay, so I'm going to -3 because of my heavy weapon specialty. So yeah, I'm at 4 health.
Rest in peace.
As it passes through, there's just this brief moment as you're all just kind of discussing what's going to happen next and what you're going to do next. You see this bolt, this streak of black, just pierce straight through Kirill and come out the other side. and you see him slunch over his horse, and there's just blood pouring out of the wound. Oof. What do you do?
Is he?
I immediately
Well,
dismount my horse
yeah,
and get
dismount
behind
and
the
smack-
cover
should
of my
all-
horse.
I'm going to smack my horse's butt to have her run away.
I
Okay.
look around.
Make a perception check to see if you can find where
He's
this
already
attack's
ahead of you.
coming from.
15.
All right.
Can I roll perception?
No,
You can-
no,
no,
you cannot.
You can perceive that you just got shot in the chest.
How big is that hole in your chest? Is what you're perceiving.
How much?
It's a lot of
health do
damage.
You have
28. I have 4 health points.
you have
left.
4 health points? To be honest, it would have been better if you were at 0. No, I can do stuff at 0. It's like 4 health.
Tone is like,
Yeah, totally negligible.
I think so.
I don't
You can
know.
harvest your organs at 0.
So, Haldir, as you kind of take a quick look around, you assess the situation. You're looking at what's happened, and you can't, you don't see where the shot came from, but there's a few woods. There's a few trees, not woods. There's a few trees to the north of you that maybe could provide cover. There's a small island. Like not even an island, more like a sandbank that has a few logs that's off to the left of you in kind of the lake. And
I mean, I know the general direction the arrow came from, right? I mean,
right, yep. You'd assume it came from either one of
it's
those
in front of
directions.
us, so
Correct. I would like you all to kind of roll initiative. Kind of. No, actually. Nice, Tao. Tao, you are
Tao,
making
holy fuck.
I've got a touch of the downs.
Okay, so as you're kind of all reeling and gathering yourself from this attack, you see another bolt flying at you. This time you think it's probably from the river, or from the lake. Let's see. Who's it going to shoot at? Because that's probably going to be a hit. So Misha, you're 1. Taman, you're
Taman.
2. Kirill,
I don't know
you're
who this
3.
Taman guy is.
Tam Ann. Excuse me.
Tam.
Ann.
Taman.
Taman.
Tam.
And that's 1. Okay. All right. Well, we'll just go straight down the line then. It's Kirill again.
Oh no.
You gotta be kidding me.
Motherfucker.
It's that mustache.
You fall unconscious, Kirill, as
Sure.
another bolt passes through your armor, and you fall off your horse.
I thought he already did.
No, he kind of slunched forward on his horse the first time after the
Okay.
first bolt passed through him. I'd like you to just roll a straight d20, Kirill. Okay.
Oh my god.
So as you slump and fall off your horse, it's spooked, kind of bucks you off, or it moves forward as you take the second shot, and you fall unconscious on the ground right next to where you were riding at the base of this bridge, and you also take a death save. You lose a death save. And then it passes to Taman. Taman. Tam. What would you like to do? You just see Kirill obliterated on the concrete, not concrete, on the brick.
Are we
bolts
in the
passed
middle
through
of a
chest.
bridge?
You're on the opposite end of the bridge, north of the tributary that leads into
Okay.
the lake.
Okay. And the bolts came from one
that
from the
they-
river and one from
North
the
of
river.
us.
Yep.
north of the river. Okay. I mean, I got to see where these are coming from. I'm trying to find out exactly where. Like, I know the general direction, but I need to see the people.
You have Goose.
Yep.
Just reminding you of your.
Indeed. So if you're looking around for him, you can make a perception check.
Well,
again, they're very hidden. Whoever is set this ambush, you're not too sure where they are. What would you like to do? I'll consider that a bonus action to kind of look around.
Shield me.
Let's see. I would
Meat shield.
still on the bridge. Yeah, I would definitely go up to Kirill and try to pull him like closer to one of the sides of the bridge to give him some semblance of cover.
Okay. So you're kind of retreating back to the bridge. What are you doing with your horse? Like you just kind of dismounted and left
I dismount it, I smack it and get it to run off.
Okay. You certainly can do that. So you can grab him and you can drag him half your movement speed.
So
did you
15.
take that mobile?
Nope.
Okay, so
I have
so just
30. I have 30 speed.
So 15. So you're probably, I'll say you're about. I'd say that it's reasonable that you stopped 15 feet from the bridge. So you're able to kind of pull him across the threshold, and with just kind of this desperate last lug, you pull him behind the arms of this bridge, or the railings of this bridge, that he's out of sight or out of line of sight, and you are as well from the attackers, as far as you're concerned, unless there's more that are behind you.
Of course. Okay.
And that brings us to Misha.
So I'm going to do a healing word on our fallen friend.
Okay.
Which actually heals for Max. So that's 4 plus 3, so he gets 7 actually.
7 points of healing. So Kirill, you kind of come back to consciousness as you're being dragged behind this wall. You hear just this word from Misha that refreshes you and brings you back to consciousness. Do you have any idea what word you speak to him?
I was hoping not idiot. But hopefully, well, I guess live would be the
live.
best one.
That's a very, very honest word.
Very direct.
Yeah. So
And
you kind of hear that whisper in your ear as you come back to consciousness and you take a deep breath of that crisp, cool air. Misha, that was your bonus action. What else do you do?
My normal action, I'm going to drop Bless on Haldir, and Taman.
Okay. Haldir, Tau, and
That's just a
Taman.
spell cam.
And there's Bless for you. And you have your movement left?
I'm going to go move to the side of the bridge so I cannot be shot in the head and die with one shot, because goddamn, he has like better armor than all of us.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you move behind the bridge. No worries. Let's see. Next is Kirill. What do? You just come to consciousness. You're prone. You're behind a wall. You've heard just this whisper in your ear, resonated in your skull. It's just from Misha's lit. And you kind of just take this deep breath. What do you do?
I lay on hands myself.
It's probably a good idea.
Yeah, I'm going to lay on hands myself for 7 hit points.
Okay. All right. And I think that's an action to do. Do you have anything to do with your bonus action?
I would try to roll perception.
Okay, sure. Go ahead. So just kind of poking your head up, looking about. You do not see where these attacks are coming from.
Oh my god!
There's just you feel like you're pinned down. Like after getting shot in the chest, through the chest twice, through whatever armor that you're wearing, and which is now kind of punctured and tattered. You just barely lift your head up over the wall. You're kind of squinting out, looking around, and there's nothing there.
Wait, never mind. I was wrong. It's paladin level times 5, so that's 10 hit.
10 hit points. Okay, that's a little bit more reasonable. All right. I think that finishes your room or your turn, unless you want to do any more movements, and that brings us to Haldir.
I'm gonna hop off my horse.
Okay.
Give him a little
Smackaroo on the bum.
I just want him to stay right
That
there.
booty. Oh no, you're using your horse for
I
cover.
said, shh. And then, so how good of an idea of where these cucks do I have?
So the kind of the sandbank is off into the river. You'd say maybe 200 feet to 300 off and into the river. Or the lake. The pair of trees that could be the potential second point of attack in this kind of this low hill are maybe 70 to 80 feet in front of you.
Wait, how far was the bank from?
The bank was 200 to 300 feet. You don't
clearly a lot further than the trees. Okay.
Yep, a lot further.
All right.
I'm just gonna shoot a firebolt at the trees.
Okay, go ahead.
And this is plus D4. Is that how this works now?
D4 on attack rolls. Yep, or saving throws. Okay, 21. So you sear. Are you
disadvantage actually? But
well, you just said you were aiming at the trees, right? You're just kind of shooting.
I'm just shooting over there somewhere. Yeah, hoping to find something. I mean,
fair enough.
I like it.
Is it what are you going to do with your movement? Is it kind of like a half turn to the left where you're like shooting off and then you're moving away?
They're well within range of my firebolt.
The trees are.
Yeah, it's 120 foot range.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
So I'm just gonna blast it at them, and then
roll damage.
I'm kind of having a hard time picturing. Let's go. 3 big old damage, boys.
But it's fire in a tree area, so I mean.
Yeah. I mean, so you launch this bolt of flame off into the north, across this path. So this path is leading along this lake. To give you a better picture, you've crossed this bridge. The path is leading along this lake into Unum. You can see it off in the distance. It's probably no more than a mile away. Well, I suppose I can actually get a literal number. At the outskirts of the town are probably actually just within sight, a few miles away. And you can see a couple of hamlets. You see the smoke kind of rising up. But this kind of low-lying hill, this secondary area where maybe if the lake floods or something, the road would be covered, but this hill would still exist. Mm-hmm. There's a few trees on it, and they're all coniferous pines, and other coniferous trees. I don't know trees that good, but that's where you're suspecting the attack is coming from, or that's where you've chosen to believe where the attack comes from. You kind of launch off this bolt of flame off into the trees, and it's just a pair, and it passes through the branches and scorches it. You can see this blackened area. It starts to catch flame just a little bit, and then kind of extinguishes itself. It's still fertile. I mean, it's not going to just catch flame really quick. But I know that's not your intention. It's just that's kind of the flavor of it, and you don't see if you've made impact with anything.
Mm-hmm. Also, I accidentally clicked that button.
Yeah,
I didn't mean to do that.
You didn't shield. What do you do with your movement?
I think I'll move over by the bridge, but I assume like they're kind of like, I mean, unless you guys say otherwise, I assume you guys are like ducking behind the bridge.
Yeah, using the side of
I think we're all cuddled next to Kirill.
Base.
I'm standing at attention. I'm looking. I'm eyeing those fuckers wherever they are.
Okay, so you're trying to discern exactly what's going on. I mean, the first moments of combat, you really, it was just kind of surprising what was happening. So you get this opportunity, and you're kind of taking this opportunity to take the lay of the land. Okay. If that's the end of your turn, leaves us to Tao. What would you like to do?
God, I was basing it off of fucking Haldir, and he pussed out. I really want to just charge with my horse over to the tree line. At least, but that's stupid now.
It's not dumb. You can do whatever you want.
It would be mounted combat.
Well, he might just
He's
ride
He's a
over
monk.
there.
He can just jump off the horse.
Yeah, that's what I was
No,
thinking.
no, I'm not saying. I'm
Or
not saying
spinning
it's
wheel
bad.
kick him.
Mounted combat is really good.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, that's you know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna charge straight towards that tree line.
Okay.
On
The one
horse.
that Haldir just singed?
Yeah, he just singed.
No,
You're
that's fine. I'm
following
just
the
curious.
fireball.
I'm not saying you can't.
Yeah, no, and I'm hoping because what time of the day is it at this point?
It's early, right?
So you guys have
It's
traveled.
like midday.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
so
probably,
I was worried about
Yeah.
not being able to see. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna go straight for the trees on the horseback, and then I want to see if I can see it. As soon as I get up to the trees, I want to see if I can see anybody right away.
So you put your horse task riding straight forward. You give it a nice yeah, and move forward. No regard for your own safety. Why don't you make a perception check as you near the tree line?
Damn it, bro! How is this a fucking
This is a running gag.
You see a person moving around in the trees.
Okay.
You know there's someone there. Your horse moved 60 feet. What would you like to do with your action?
I want to. Okay, so I saw the general area of the person that's in the trees, and I know that there's somebody, or at least they have a general idea that there's somebody shooting from the sandbank as well.
You think that's the case.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
You're
It's
not,
like,
not
at
exactly
least
sure.
at least in my mind, I don't need to know for sure. I just want I know positioning wise.
Yeah.
I want to try to find a way to put some maybe one or two trees. Oh no, I'm not even at them. You said 60 feet.
Yeah, 60 feet. You're
So I'm
still
not even
10,
at
you're
the
still
trees.
10 feet from the hill. Yeah,
Okay.
but you have your action, and you can use your action to dash.
Right. I mean I want to at least get into the tree line so that I'm
Guess you have to
some
dash.
cover. Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess I'm gonna dash. into-
So you have another 60 feet of commanding your horse, I guess,
Mhm.
to move forward, and which will easily get you to the tree line, or to the. It's really just a pair of trees. To get to this pair of trees, and you do so without any difficulty. Are you coming up the left? That's the side towards the lake. You coming up the right? Are you just riding straight in between the trees to get across?
The smartest route for me, I think, would be going up the right so that I have at least cover from the guy on the bank and from the guy in the trees.
So you ride around the right hand side of this little lipped hill, and you come up to the right hand side of the tree. You even get to come all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
And as you reach around to the back, as you get to the back of these pair of trees, you see another tree that's a bit smaller, and you're pretty sure
Oh my god.
that's the person that you saw.
The tree is the person I saw?
He's in a ghillie suit.
Okay.
Okay. That is your action, and I think that brings us back to the top of the round.
Yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm.
So, as far as they're concerned, nobody in sight.
I'm standing up straight.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
right. Haldir's right there. Oh,
Fucking big dick in it.
Our wizard. Or sorcerer, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Cloth
all
armor
right.
will
Should
do
really
good.
be rolling advantage shots.
Magic wearing fruitcake.
Yeah.
I don't. Wait. My AC's not showing a shield on my armor. What?
Okay,
Oh my god, Misha.
I
Haldir.
don't even have like medium.
As you are taking the time to really understand what's going on, to look around, to get a good idea, and just get a good lay of land and where these shots are coming from. You pinpoint the location, but in doing so, You take 19 points of damage
Well,
as a bolt.
I'm gonna cast shield.
You're gonna cast shield. What's that bring your AC to?
20 for the rest of the until my next turn.
Whoa.
You take 19 points of damage.
Oh my
Disgusting.
god,
What the
dude.
fuck?
As a big dick baller.
As the bolt pierces through this arcane energy that you toss up, you just barely catch it out of the corner of your eye. You see this blackness, and you can almost hear the twang of a crossbow just unleashing, and it's kind of heavy as you kind of like focus in, and as you see it coming from the river, coming from that sandbank, you toss up the shield, and it shatters, and the bolt passes through your rib, and you take 19 damage.
Okay.
Oh my god.
But I know where this fucker's at, right?
But you know where the fucker's at.
All right.
You can see very
Worth
clearly. There's a man lying prone on the bank of the sandbank, and it's almost like he's got this cloak that's covered with sand. Like you can just barely make out where this crossbow is. You can catch a glint of the sun shining off the metal pieces that make up the bow, and yeah, you see him.
Okay.
You tell us where he is, I assume.
I think he just
He's
took
right
a shot.
fucking there.
Okay.
He points off to the bank. Now this bank's about 200 feet off, so he's still pretty far away.
And this
What
guy,
an amazing shot.
this guy's got long range weaponry. It turns out.
He does.
He's got a fucking ballista.
Yeah.
It passes to Tam.
Fucking hell, dude. What do? So I know where he is because of what Haldir said. Like,
Yeah.
at least generally, like, okay, I know to look in this direction.
Well, you have a great shield.
His noble sacrifice.
Okay. So I'm huddled down there. I would get up and knock my longbow and try to shoot at the guy in the river, assuming that I can find him all in that that action.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check with advantage. Okay, 21. Yep. You can clearly, now that Haldir's pointed it out, you can make out that there's this man. He's lying underneath a log that's kind of got this bough in it, and he's prone and he's knocking another bolt. As you're kind of taking aim. You can roll an attack roll, and I believe unless you have sharpshooter, it's going to be with disadvantage.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if I have a height advantage on that. The range of a longbow is 150, I believe.
Okay, so he's out of your short range.
Two-handed is, I don't know, it says 600, but I don't know if that's accurate.
Let me go ahead and
because who can wield a longbow in one hand? That's kind of a weird thing to.
Nobody can.
No,
Yeah.
it's always
that's
two-handed.
yeah.
You card.
It's that the small number is within range. So second number is long range, which means that without
it is long range. Yeah,
you roll with this.
That's fine. I'm still gonna go for it. So I'm gonna roll.
What if he had a prehensile dick? You don't know that.
Jesus. That's not gonna hit.
You get to add a D4.
Yep, you're blessed.
Perfect.
So disadvantage means that it's the lower of the two, which is
10
total. Your arrow falls sadly very short. Kind of plops into the river.
Okay. I would like to. I'll take my movement action to just get back below the arm of the bridge.
Okay. Yeah. No worries there. You have a bonus action, I think, available. Do you do anything?
No.
You want to tell us that he's under the log?
Yeah.
Just so you know, I'm not trying to tell you.
I don't really know what a bonus action is.
But you can use your familiar to give yourself advantage, which would offset the disadvantage in the future.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Not a familiar right
How
now.
does the familiar gain him advantage?
It can use all combat actions with the exception of attack. So it can use the help action to give you advantage.
Advantage on attacks? So that seems very...
Isn't it just a pet? It's not even a familiar.
No,
It's not a familiar.
If it's not a familiar, then no, it doesn't work. But
It's not a familiar right now.
Okay, well,
Hey, Haldir, it's
I'm
not
just
familiar.
saying, it's if you pick a feat and that's like part of your character.
Yep, I hear you.
He's
I'm
getting
just
salty.
letting-
He's getting salty because the action is dangerous. All right, we bring it up next to Misha. What are you doing?
I'm going to use my crossbow.
Okay, so you knock a bolt, step over the ridge, and you take a shot. And you can also see, especially after it's been called out a couple times, you can see the figure pretty clearly. He's I shouldn't say pretty clearly. He's under a log. He's got a cloak. You can go ahead and make your shot, though.
We got the location.
Yep.
Now, what I don't know is I've also got +2 to attack bonus rolls for archery, and I
For
don't
arch-
think it's
Yep,
included
for
on
ranged
here.
attacks. Yeah, it just
I'm
says
not
your
sure.
dex, your mod. Well, I see dex mod proficiency. I think that's +5. Is that
Dex
correct?
plus mod plus
yeah.
proficiency is +5.
Your first
Your
roll
base
is,
rolls 2.
is-
The don't have
It's
disadvantage.
correct.
yeah, that's
Because
correct.
you have
That-
1 from Dex, 2 from mod, and 2 from proficiency.
And the mod
Did-
is the
Did you
archery
cast bless
fighting
on
style.
yourself, or did you?
No,
No.
no.
Okay.
Isn't your
Okay.
range too short anyway? This guy.
So
Well,
your
no, it's
bolt.
not.
2 feet. Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
320
320.
feet.
Yeah,
No,
her
you're
long
fine.
range is
You're
range,
fine.
yeah. So your bolt skips across the water once and then plunks harmlessly in the water, still falling short. And-
Going back to hiding.
Yep. So you step back. You step back behind the wall. Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That brings us to Kirill. What do you do?
How many land hands do I get a day?
You get 1. Well, you get as many as you
How
want
many hands
to,
do you have?
because but you can only expend the amount of hit points that you can in total. So you can divide up your lay on hands that you do like 2 hit points and then
But
1 hit point, but if
as
you
a
use
bonus
all 10, you
action,
can't.
you can just second win and get 1d10 plus 1 hit points. Because you're
Correct.
also a 1 level fighter.
That's right. No second one.
Keep telling people this.
That is
It's
it's
just second win value.
pretty important. Yeah.
It's per rest. It's
Nice.
per rest. So there
Boom.
you fucking go.
For short rest.
No,
Yeah, per short rest,
That's
it's
my
even
action
better.
for the turn, right?
That's your
Yep.
bonus action.
That's your bonus.
You
Dude.
could
All right.
Do shit.
you could
Can
run
I-
and
Can I ask Haldir if I can take his horse?
by all means.
I get on the fucking horse and start charging to the little dick on the shore.
I like it. I like it.
So there's some 100 feet of water between you and the sandbank.
Oh, I
Like
thought he was on the same side of the river as me.
No, he's literally in the middle of the lake. Like there's no land access to it.
The fuck?
Yeah.
Oof, didn't know that.
How deep is the
There's
water
2
in
different
between?
people, right? I mean, was
Yeah.
determined. So
Yeah, there are.
there is a
Well,
location
maybe.
you could run to.
Apparently, one's a tree.
One's a tree.
It could have all been from the same one. We never actually found that there was 2 people.
All right,
That's
I'm
true.
gonna take my action to roll perception.
Okay.
Fuck me.
So you take the moment to just kind of peek over the wall, look around, just to try and get a grasp on the situation, and you can see Tao. He's not exactly hidden, but he's on the right hand side of that crop of trees that's in front of you, about 70 feet to 80 feet, probably 80 feet at this point, since you're a little bit farther back on the bridge.
And for
And-
informational value, is
Yep.
the tree line in sight of the dude in the river or in the lake?
Could he also take a shot at that? Is that what you mean?
Could he potentially take a shot at Tal?
Yes, he absolutely could. But the trees are blocking him to a large extent.
Okay.
Yeah. He's probably within range, but I don't know if he has. You can't tell if he has line of sight.
All right. All right, I think I'm done with my turn.
Okay, that brings us to, I believe,
Tau.
our
Or
man
the other archer.
Haldir.
No, it should be Misha, right?
No, Misha
No,
goes
I just
before
went.
Kirill.
Yeah.
It goes.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
you shot the crossbow. Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Goes Taman,
So this guy is approximately
Misha,
how far on the sandbank? Approximately how far away?
approximately 200 feet. That's your best guess. It's tough to tell. Exact distances. You'd say 200 feet.
By the way, you mean sandbar.
Sandbar. You're right. Absolutely.
Is there no cover between like where we're at to where he's at, like where someone could move like 60 feet closer or something? Is he like just like that far out?
There's no cover in between that area, but you could
Okay.
move down to the beach where you would gain that 60 feet.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna start walking towards him.
Oh God, you're.
In fact,
Slowly.
I'm probably gonna dash towards him.
Okay, so you use
Oh, no.
the full of your movement to move towards this river bank, and you get probably 20 feet away from the water, and then
Yeah.
you're going to use your dash action to go into the water?
Oh. Well,
He
he's
didn't
still
think
like.
this through.
He's remember.
Well, no,
there's
you
no
said he's
land
like.
access.
How far away did you say he was?
200
He's
feet.
200 feet.
Okay,
But
yeah. So
from the beach.
so it's not possible for me to get in range and fire a spell at him because my range is only 120 and my speed is 30. So yeah, I'm gonna dash,
Okay.
right? Or can I still not reach him if I'm standing like on the actual like at the water line?
At the water line, and then you kind of have to move even just a little bit farther up the bank, the river bank. If you keep doing that, there's you get within range of him.
Okay, yeah. So I'll expend all my movement and my dash to get into that position, and
Okay.
then I will second wind, regain 7 hit points.
Okay, so you
And
use
end
your
my
movement
turn.
and your action, and then you end your turn. Okay, perfect. All right. That brings us to Tau. What would you like to do?
All right. So from my current location, how far away am I from that small tree?
From the small tree, you are maybe 10 feet away.
Oh shit. Okay. Hmm. Can I? Okay. I want to see if there's anything going around. Like, I mean, how do I explain this? Can I tell?
Roll a
No, I
straight,
just want
roll
to
a straight intelligence check right now.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Be low.
That's a save. That was a
You
save.
think
rolled
that
over a 10.
maybe, just
Oh,
maybe,
God.
that man turned himself into a tree, or he's got some type of magical effect that makes him into a tree. And if you run up to him and you smack him, maybe you'll dispel the effect.
You know what? It's exactly what I'm gonna fucking do.
No.
All right, run up to that tree and smack him.
I'll give him a little smacky smack.
You strike through the boughs of the branches, and at first, as you swing in, you've heard of illusions, so you think this is probably an illusion.
Mhm.
But the branches start scratching up your arm, and the needles rub across your skin. And you start to get sappy, and as you reach and you impact the base of this tree with your fist, and it shakes, you're like, "Oh, fuck! This is a tree."
Amazing.
Oh God.
Yeah.
That's
Mission accomplished.
the end
This
of
is the
your
guy
turn.
they personally requested.
At least I haven't got hit by a fucking bolt.
Yeah, there you
I'm
go.
beginning to think there was no bolt from that
Tau.
direction.
You have a bonus action available to you, Tao. Is there anything you'd like?
Yeah, he's gonna flurry of blows that tree.
He's gonna roll perception and then roll.
Don't do that.
No, I definitely want to roll perception and see if there's anything else in this little hill and trees. Maybe I just missed something.
Sure.
Obviously, I missed something. But
And okay, so from your vantage point, as you're behind this crop of trees, this pair of trees, at the very center, in between the two, and over the lip of the hill, you can actually make out that there's a steel trap, like a bear trap, where the clamps would come up if you stepped on it. You can actually make out that there's something there, and that whoever had set this up, it kind of they knew what they were doing, and they tricked you, or they thought they could trick you, but they didn't. You didn't step on the trap
because I'm so smart.
Because you're so smart. All right, I will be right back, but we'll move back into, I think, the top of the round after that.
Yeah.
So.
And which
guys, we're dead.
Shot in the face.
We're not dead. We're pinned down.
Dead
I know we're not dead. I'm just kidding.
My team's letting me down.
Dude, we're rolling like crap.
I know, our wizard is in the middle of, like, open terrain, and how many hit points do you have left?
Not that many.
He has like 2.
Not that
He
many.
literally has 2, I think.
I can't even.
Excuse me. I have 9 points.
No, you second winded. You have 9 points.
I've got a lid.
And I'll have you know that somebody has to kill the fucking thing.
And it's gonna have to be you.
Everybody else is.
And you didn't let us heal you.
The bridge, so you know.
I can't help it if I have a crossbow. Technically speaking, you could have a crossbow too.
Technically speaking, he couldn't have abandoned our cover.
Shoot him.
You could have just shot the shit out of him from here.
Because I have a light crossbow, which doesn't have long enough range. Also, crossbows suck ass, and you have to reload them every round, so you get 1 crossbow shot, and then what are you going to do? Well, next turn, I would have to move all the way up there and try and shoot the bastard with a spell.
Well, here's the thing. We just have to wait for him to shoot again. And then we get 2 turns to ride up on his ass with Haldir's horse.
I don't think that's true.
I nominate Taman.
I mean, I'm about to charge him.
He's going to take him in the water.
Yeah.
Well, if he's on a sandbar, then he's probably... Fuck you, you quit.
Best rate.
Oh my god, dude.
120 with a spell. And nothing I have with my spells is going to come close.
All right, so...
No, we've got to get close and shoot him. That's it.
I mean, I'm just gonna fucking cure lesser wounds on whoever the fuck on hell. McCuckenfist.
I'm gonna work on deforesting this little area.
Out there, McCuckface.
So the assassin takes his turn, and seeing nobody else in his line of sight, he takes action to fire at the man who's charging him.
All right, let's get the shield.
I'll cast shield.
Please don't
we'll see if it
fucking
works
die,
this
dude.
time. Dude, if I get hit twice in a row with 20 AC, I was meant to die.
Yeah, that's
the way
true.
it is.
He dies.
I mean,
At this level, that's a really high AC.
You can actually cast it in reaction to the
it's
the
a
attack
reaction.
roll, right?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose I don't actually have to show you the attack roll, but I did there.
You did.
Is
On the
14 high
spell,
enough to hit
let's
you?
read it. Blah, 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 blah. No.
No, it is a reaction, though. You can do...
Till start-
reactions.
Is it when you are attacked?
It's when... Oh, which you take when you're hit by an attack. So
Yeah.
actually, I don't even have to cast shield. That just doesn't hit me.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, the bolt just lands at the base of your feet, but you see that this bolt digs into the sand. It buries itself. So like if that hits you,
Yeah,
yikes.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. I still
All right.
got one sticking out of my chest, so you know. I know about it.
He knows all about it.
All right, it passes to Taman.
I would sort of peer over the side, see that just missed Haldir, and then vault over the side of the bridge and start running towards the
Vault
assassin.
over the bridge.
Or whatever.
Well,
I don't know.
just
It's just like a little drop. I'm right on the edge of the
guardrail.
bridge.
Yeah, it's maybe like 5 foot high.
When I
the
say
guardrail.
vault, I mean lightly jump.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah, I just picture you jumping off the bridge into the water, and you're
Yeah,
like, I'm
right.
running.
All right,
No.
so you start running towards the bank to close the gap. Is that your intention?
Yeah,
So that you can get
and
within range?
I'm gonna dash as well because I need the range.
Okay. And for
No, I'm
you, it's
not.
an
I'm actually
action.
going to take my 30 units
Take
and
your
then
shot.
take a shot.
Okay, go ahead and make your shot with disadvantage.
Okay.
Okay, you miss. Your
Yeah.
your arrow flying this time
Almost hits Haldir.
way too far. You just like, man, he's so far away. You pull back your arrow, and you just see it go way over.
Yeah,
the
no worries.
sandbar.
All right. That's my turn.
All right, Misha, what's next?
To get to 120 yards, I'd have to be in the water next to Haldir. I take it, right?
You'd have to be in the water next to Haldir.
I'm gonna shoot my crossbow.
Okay, disadvantage.
It's not working too well with the disadvantage rolls, my friends.
Yeah.
It's another missed shot. It's just keeps on going wide. The wind, it's just too far for you to make these shots. You're not familiar with this kind of long range combat. It's not something that you've been doing in these past years. Passes to Kirill unless you want to do anything with your rest of your action, your bonus action.
Check the tree.
I'll run. I'll take my movement speed, and I'm going to run behind Taman, kind of using him as a human shield.
Oh no.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. You can do that.
Yeah.
A bigger
You guys are
target.
starting to move forward. Perfect. Okay.
We'll run into some bear
Brings
traps
us
in the water.
to Kirill. What's up?
I'm a run up behind. How close is Haldir from me?
Haldir is he's almost like 100 feet from. So you guys started at the base of the bridge, and then you ducked back behind the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he
And
got on the horse.
No,
didn't.
he didn't get on him. Yeah. So you went back, whereas Haldir went forward. He went forward 60 feet. So the distance is about 85 yards.
All right, I'm gonna consume my action and my move action to move double rate. If I can still do that in this edition.
Yep, that's correct. You can
All
use your
right,
action.
I'm a fucking move towards Haldir.
Okay, so you're just running along the bank towards Haldir.
That's right.
Okay. And I do you...
I'm coming for you, buddy.
All right. And do you do anything with your bonus action, or are you done there? I don't know if there's anything left for you to do with your bonus action.
Yeah, I don't even know if I can roll insight to think about crossbows or some. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything for you
I just
to
end my turn.
Ponder the tree.
All right. Tao, it goes to you. Freeman.
No, it's my turn.
Oh yes, it is. It is.
Yeah, it's not my turn yet.
Your turn. What would you like?
I'm firebolting this bitch.
Okay, go ahead. You are within range, yeah. So 12 is your total, but you get to roll your bless.
Yeah. 14.
So 14. That actually hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Let's see it blow this guy's face off, dude.
Huge, boys.
Just huge.
You destroyed his mustache.
Is Firebolt a cantrip?
Firebolt is a cantrip, yeah.
Yeah, my other spell is only 90-foot range.
That is some weak ass cantrip.
So you sear, just like you shoot him enough that you sear off the top of his like hood to this sand-colored cloak that he's wearing, and you can kind of see this once again, just this bald head, but it's scarred and like puckered and white, whereas the skin around it is in general like a dark, deep tan.
Friend of yours now.
That ends your turn, unless you have anything else you'd like to do with your movement.
No. I mean, I could move 30 feet back the way I came, and then next turn move back in range. But I don't really think that there's a.
I don't think there's a
benefit to me doing that.
No,
so
really.
yeah, I'll just stay here.
Okay.
Right.
Perfect. That brings us to Tao.
Okay, so I can't see obviously that guy anymore. I mean, from where I'm at, I can't see that guy.
You can still hear your
hear
companions
the fire.
shouting and fighting, and yeah, you even see through the corpse of trees. You see just this bolt of fire just landing on this sandbar.
Okay,
but
I can't physically see him because he's still covered.
You can make a perception to see, but you're
Okey-doke.
behind. It's a little bit messy. Yep, you see him. You see him very clearly. You see where that firebolt landed. You see what's going on. You know where he is.
All right. So what I want to do is I want to get as close to. Well, actually, there's nothing really I can do because I'm at close range. I just want to get up to the edge of the trees on the opposite side, so that I'm within range to. Oh no! Even from that point, it's still a shit fucking far distance away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to get to the edge of the tree so that I still have cover and I can support my group if I need to.
Okay.
Without going over that trap.
Yeah, of course.
Good idea.
So you move around the trees as if you were looking from the bridge. It would be the left side of the trees.
Mm-hmm.
The east side of this hill. And you kind of get are you still on your horse? No, you got
I'm off my horse. Yeah.
So you kind of take cover behind the hill. You're kind of crouching to take 3/4 cover, I would say, behind that tree. And then that resolves your action.
Yeah, there's nothing else I can do from this distance.
Okay. So the scarred man, this assassin, is going to take another shot at Haldir. I'll make it public.
Uh-oh.
Just in case something bad happens.
So they don't question the insta-killing.
Well, you shouldn't make it public, by the way.
Well, I just did. So
yeah,
because it affects whether you decide whether you use shield or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So understand. I'll mark that I used it because I would have.
Right.
But you know what I mean.
Right. Does this hit you then, even with shield?
Yeah.
Isn't that his? Maybe it's not.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah, I have 20 AC with shield up.
Okay. Rip.
All right. So you take 17 points of damage as the bolt catches you cleanly in the neck. I assume
minimum 14, boys. Interesting.
It's a sharpshooter shot, so
that's actually nuts.
Minimum 15 if you can math that out.
Yeah, that's true.
I
fall unconscious.
Yep, takes that bolt, lands squarely in your throat.
Oh my god!
You start bleeding out. It's probably poking out the back of your neck at this point.
No, I went through.
It went through, yeah. And after he takes that shot, he is going to take his move action to move off the sandbank into the lake.
Toward or away from us?
Away from you. And he kind of moves aside his cloak. He doesn't take it with him. It just kind of falls away. And you just see this man in he's not wearing a shirt. He's just kind of got these sandy colored pants. He's barefoot, and he just pops into the river and starts swimming away.
Swimming
How far does
speed
he
would be
get?
slower, right?
It would be slower, but he just gets to the water. The sandbank or the sandbar, excuse me, is just long enough that his movement of 30 feet, taking him farther away from you, he's just barely gotten to the water.
But he takes the full 30 feet to get to there.
Yes, and that ends his turn.
Fuck.
Is he in the water?
Yeah, he's in the water. And actually, I think he can take his dash action to move. So yeah, he actually moves. He moves into the water, or it's not his dash action. His bonus action to dash. So he even steps and dives into the water and starts swimming away. Another 15 feet.
Okay.
Okay.
Passes to Taman's turn. You just saw Haldir go down.
And I saw this guy run away. So is this am I at the edge of the water or am I in the water?
You are about 30 feet from the edge of the water.
Okay. How far was that sandbar? Pretty far because
from the edge of the water, you'd say
I was 180 feet away until he moved
another...
away, so he's 210 technically.
Yeah, he's pretty far.
He's pretty far. I think it would be unwise for me to go into the water alone. I'm going to run over to Haldir and attempt to pull him closer to my companions here.
Okay. So with your action and with your movement, you're able to get to Haldir, and you can grab him and pull him maybe another
15
5. Well, it's half your movement.
I see what you mean.
Carrying somebody. But to move up to him, you pull him at most another 5 feet back towards Misha and Kirill.
Okay. Can I? Would I be able to dash and take additional movement in that scenario, or no?
You used your action to dash. So when I say dash, dash is something that you can do. Some classes can take the dash.
No, I misunderstood.
As a bonus action, but most have to use their action to dash, and that means you just double your movement.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna change what I do in that case. So
okay.
That's
so
fine.
you pull him a little bit back to the bank, and Misha, you're up next.
Okay. So the question is like, if I'm running along the bank, is he swimming like to the other side of the bank away from us, or just straight down the river?
If we're zoomed in at 200% and we're at this, let's take a quick look here. Whoa! All right. So in general terms, obviously not because this doesn't work out perfectly. He's going this way from the sandbar. He's moving out into the lake after that, after taking a shot at Haldir, and he's down by this river at the base of the little stem.
So if we tried to run along the bank to catch him, we're not going to really find him because he's swimming into the middle of the lake.
Yeah, he's swimming into it, and whether he does it or not, he could easily dive under the water. And
it's totally not worth chasing this guy, I think. But that's my opinion.
He's not under the water yet, though.
I know.
But he's only taken 2 points of damage from a firebolt.
I'm gonna pop a healing word for 7 healing on the fallen Haldir.
Okay. And you also say the same to him, Liv?
No, well, I was gonna say, it does have to be only one word. I was like,
you can say whatever you want.
I'll be like, not yet. And then when Haldir comes up, I'll be like, do we chase?
Okay. And you kind of pose that question to him. And after that, it goes Kirill.
Well, that was a bonus action.
That was a bonus action. Yeah, you're right.
Run. Or shoot and run.
Yep.
I'm like gurgling. I'm like, make haste.
Okay. All right. I'll give it a good try. I'll try to close distance as far as I can. So that would be 30 feet, which makes him 190 feet right now.
Yep. You're still within range, but it's a long range.
Just so I know, how many hit points do I recover?
7.
Oh, is it just always the maximum?
If you're 0, it's always the maximum.
Wait, so do you? Are you conscious? How much damage underneath were you?
No, that didn't hit.
That's not how it works anymore.
Oh, okay.
Misses nothing. Well, misses everything.
Such a bad idea to chase this guy.
The arrow doesn't even land.
All right.
Passes to Kirill.
All right. How far am I from Haldir?
You moved forward, and you actually you used your action to dash as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep. So you're about 30 feet within him after Taman pulled him back.
I run up to Haldir and cast Cure Wound.
Okay. Healing you an additional 8. So
I'm
you're
feeling
at,
good, boys.
Yeah, you're practically at full life after an arrow passed through your throat.
Wait, we need a fireball.
Okay. That was your action. That was your movement.
I ripped the bolt up before I cast it.
Apparently it passed through his throat. He's all good.
Okay, cool.
Perfect.
For my bonus action, can I dash for bonus action?
You cannot as a paladin.
Well, that's unfortunate because I shout that I'm going to get this guy.
Awesome, dude.
Do you start to step into the water, or you're just kind of?
I'm gonna find where this guy gets offshore. He's gonna have to get to the shore eventually. This is a raging ass.
One person in our party could for sure catch up.
Yeah,
There's someone on a horse.
We'll see.
In the water?
I don't think so at this point. Tao, it passes to your turn. What would you like?
I
to
mean,
do?
he is awful far away.
I just want to get his okay. So from the position I'm in right now, I want to make my way towards this guy without becoming into his line of sight. Is there any way I can? Am I behind him at this point, or am I?
He's in the water and he's turned away. You saw him because you're kind of like crouching on this hill, but you can still clearly see the sandbar. So you see him get up, ditch his position.
Right.
And you see him running. You know, he's without armor. He still got his crossbow, and he just goes and jumps into the water and starts swimming away.
Okay. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, while he's in that water, his current position at this point, am I completely out of his? Like, if I made my way towards him, would I be behind him?
You are. In essence, behind him, because you are this direction, right, from the water, and he's going this direction.
Okay. So I want to make my way towards the shoreline, and if I can make that distance.
He's 300 yards, or 300 feet away from you. He's super far.
He's really far. Okay.
You can move. You can dash as a bonus action if you spend a key point. So you can move
for sure.
120 feet per round if you want to, assuming you have any key points.
Yeah, I do.
If you want to go after him.
If I wanted to go after him.
Swimming.
Well, Kirill just
I mean, it
made the decision
that he's going for him. I just want to make.
Got shot and impaled twice, by the way, so it might be biased.
Okay,
no, so
fine. Here's one more question: is the way he's swimming away from the party, or is he swimming to the party?
He's swimming away from the party.
Okay. I just want to make my way like a beeline straight for the shore.
Okay.
As far as I can without spending anything extra.
You absolutely can. And from your position, you can make it just maybe like 10 feet away from the shoreline. You're not right next to your compatriots. They're like down the bank.
Right.
30 feet. But you can absolutely make it to the shoreline, and you can see him like he's swimming away. Yeah.
I think this is a good thing, possibly, by the way, guys.
He's like doggy paddling.
The guy who can one-shot us is swimming away from us.
That's what I'm trying to say.
He kind of figured that it just wasn't going to work out. There's too many of you, so
one of us was eventually going to get
and you saw that, or like he could tell that you guys were moving towards his position, and he couldn't hold it for long enough, so he started swimming away.
He can't shoot a crossbow in the water.
This is true, though. I was going to say this is the one time he can't probably shoot us while he's swimming.
Plus, if Fisty McFister can grapple him in the water, that would fuck him up pretty bad.
Fisty McFister.
Fisty McFister. I mean, what are you shouting at Tao?
Bald boy wonder.
This dash towards the water. He has only used his movement. Are you saying anything to him? Are you saying like go get him, or like what do you guys? What's the communication?
This is our chance. He knows.
What does he fucking know?
He knows who we are.
You're an idiot.
Maybe.
Whoever hired him knows about something.
Okay. Tao, what do you do with the remainder of your turn? You moved you used your movement.
I have movement. I think I'm just gonna end my turn right there. There's nothing really much left I can do.
So, as you move into the next round of combat, he uses his movement, his dash action, and his movement and his bonus action, and his action to move away from you, and he swims. And about halfway through that, he dives underwater, and you're not sure exactly where he goes. So, goes back to Taman, but I would say that you've actually exited.
Yeah, as
the
I
combat
suspected.
portion. Yeah, he's moved.
Well,
out.
I'm like short of breath, from the action that just took place so quickly. What the fuck was that? They just look around at the group.
Obviously, we're targeted.
I pull Haldir, or at least to his feet.
Yep. Kind of.
Can I walk? Can I walk over and join the group?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
You guys are kind of like free to do whatever.
It's over. Yeah.
We should not stay here though. Let us make haste into Unum.
And I'm still pulling the splinters out of my fist.
Let's get into the city behind the walls.
I agree. But we need to consider that the roads might not be safe outside cities. Let's move.
Okay.
Surprised there's no one else on this bridge to see this in the middle of
the day, right before a large city. I know it seems strange.
I mean, this whole kind of exchange happened in the course of less than a minute.
Yeah, I was gonna say this was like
so
30
it was a fast.
It was like 3 rounds or 4 rounds.
Yeah. And you're still actually a couple miles away from Unum.
Oh, I thought we were on the bridge heading into Unum.
The bridge.
Oh, we're just crossing the river there.
It says 4 miles.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you still have a ways to go, but
it doesn't explain at all how that. Yeah, Jets.
Yes.
Fucking City Watch needs to hire some more fucking people. So I'm getting out of it.
You think
I
the
want to
city,
know how.
you think the
Yeah,
city
that's
watch
such
would
a
fare any
compliment.
better than we did? No, they'd all be dead. I mean,
Yeah, that was a trained targeted assassin.
And they train trees too.
We're all mounting up and moving on.
I just look at Tao and look.
so my horse is probably just standing there. Where's all these ones that got shoot off?
I whistled my Jetsam back. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of time that you've spent with them,
we whistle to
3
them, dude,
years.
and get our
You can whistle
get
them.
my brown boy back.
So if you decide to send your horse off, they're going to move 100 feet from the action, wherever they feel like they're no longer involved, and then you can call them back. They've been through a lot of situations. For most of you guys, you've been spending a majority of your 3 years on their backs. You know how to handle your horse. So, all right. With that, we're kind of moving towards the 11 o'clock hour for me. Do you guys want to play for another hour? Do you want to keep going, or is this a good stopping point for you guys?
Go either way for me. I can play 1 more hour. It's up to you guys.
Do you guys want to play another hour?
I also don't mind stopping if someone needs to stop.
I don't mind stopping either.
It's up to you guys because it's only 10 p.m. for me.
Yeah, I don't have work tomorrow.
Is anyone opposed to going more?
Oh,
Be honest.
Yeah, let's do it.
You're all set?
Yeah.
Okay.
All
right.
Well, then we'll continue on. Do you guys take a short rest here, or are you guys just push straight on?
No, we're not going to
Definitely
rest
not.
here.
Right into them walls.
All
City
right.
walls, guards, yes.
All right, you guys move, and it sounds like with all haste, you guys are riding your horses, and you're putting them at a gallop to Unum. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would believe so.
Okay. So after gathering yourselves, collecting your horses, you guys move out. With all haste towards Unum. And if you put them to the gallop, you put them to the task. you guys can cover that few remaining miles within the hour without a doubt, with no trouble at all. And you see this city that's kind of set at the top of this lake, and this river passes through the center of it. And it's Unum. It's been home to Misha and Kirill for the past 3 years. It's a larger hamlet, probably one of the bigger cities in Silura in general. You'd guess that there's maybe 10,000, 11,000 people that live in Unum or its vicinity, and the region of which Unum, where they the town watch of Unum are responsible. The band of Unum call their home. You'd say it goes north of Olum, almost all the way to Neapoa. Neapoa kind of claims the realm over here, and to the east of it as their own. So the law of Unum is here. Tao, you're familiar with this land as well. As you kind of ride into the city proper, there's palisade walls that have recently been built. This city was not normally walled. It's in the heart of Silura.
For war.
Yep, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the heart of Silura, so they don't expect this kind of war, but in recent days they know something's coming, and so they have put to task building this palisade wall that's probably 5 to 8 foot thick for the most part, and they're bringing timbers down from the brass peaks to kind of support this wall. You can kind of see from a hill as you crest one near Unum that the far side of Sansamir, the river that passes through Unum, they're not walled up. They're not preparing a wall, so they think that the war is coming from Lennar, so they're only walling this side of the river essentially. As you approach the gates, a number of guards are standing at attention, and one of them.
Well, as we're
captain,
walking up to the
Sure.
guards, well, not right in front of them, but while we're walking into the city, I cast Prestidigitation, or however the hell you say it.
Mhm.
And I clean myself and Cyril up, and you can also do scent. I give Taman a little perfume for him because
Oh my god.
he
Make it
needs it.
smell good.
What
Okay.
what flavor of car freshener do you put on?
Flavor. French vanilla.
Yeah, it's the black
Sour.
ice one, the new car smell.
Oh, the garbage.
Black ice.
That's funny, dude.
You're not sure if you like this, but
He needs a little something. Getting a little stanky over there.
yeah, it says the guy who died. Actually, I think both of you fell unconscious in that fight. It's unfortunate for yourself.
Yeah, I said I cleaned up me
Yeah.
and Cyril, and then gave him some Dio.
Some nice minty fresh
Some Dio.
car freshener. Absolutely.
Muda.
It doesn't repair the armor that you've had, Kirill. What kind of armor were you wearing?
I cast Mending.
Chainmail.
Chainmail? Okay.
Yeah.
And then
I guess
you
mending.
cast mending and can you link it?
Yeah, 1 second.
It'll work.
It'll work.
Yeah.
I just want to see how long it takes and what
that's a good- yeah.
I'm looking at it right now.
I mean, it is like semi-limited, but at the same
Long as
time, I don't really
No
like
longer
you can
1
cast it
foot in
every-
any dimension, you can mend it, leaving no trace of the former damage. It's instantaneous. Casting time is 1 minute. So as you're kind of gathering things up,
Sure.
so this would have been something that you've done back at the bridge, but you kind of knit back together the armor that he has, and brought it back to its former quality, whereas before it was looking like in tatters. In any case, you guys ride up to this makeshift postern gate of Unum, because normally there wouldn't be any gates at all. It'd just be a road into Unum. And the guard kind of stops you. Yeah, what are you all riding up here for? There's 5 of you, and you're looking pretty well armed.
I am
Go.
Misha Thanelis, and I belong to the temple here, as does my friend Kirill.
Oh yeah. I've seen the two of you. Yeah.
I'm gonna do a
Just
polite
just
bow.
right on through. Right on through.
Thank you.
friends.
He kind of waves you on. You ride on into the city proper. You guys, you've been here. You've lived here for the past 3 years. You know what's going on. What are you looking for? Where are you headed in Unum? Because I expect Misha and Kirill
Going
to.
home.
I would like to speak to some members of Inquisitor's office to inquire about assassins in the First Flame.
I'll convince Haldir and Town all them.
I'm gonna go to an inn. That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
same. What the hell? I need a drink.
A drink.
Okay.
Another drink.
So there are a number of inns in town. You've got the big old Girth Hearth. Now this
Sorry,
is
what?
the Girth Hearth. This is Unum's most populous tavern. This is cream of the crop as far as most people are concerned. Misha and Kirill are probably providing you this information. It's baudy. There are prostitutes there. There's fighting ring.
You're so fucking quiet.
Yeah, probably.
That's the primary inn in town that visitors use. Is that where you're headed, or are you looking for something a little bit smaller?
I'm looking for a place to take a short rest. So
I'd personally
I don't
be looking
particularly
for something smaller.
mind.
Don't
I would
like
prefer
big places.
something
You can discuss it amongst your party then.
a little bit bigger and
What
boisterous.
you'd like to do.
You know, we just had a someone try and attack us, and
Inside
probably-
the temple, you would be safest.
well, I can't just bury my head in the sand.
No, but you could rest. I say as I
Alright,
gently
alright.
touch your neck.
Oh,
It's a little bit
What
worried.
is up with you?
I'll humor her.
He's touchy, dude.
You're just triggering his PTSD from where you
Yeah.
get like fucking mortally wounded.
She like sticks her finger in the hole. It's like, hello?
God.
That must be some like weird torture if like you just like just torture someone, like poke.
Anyway, are you going to this big ass inn or what?
I'll go to the temple, I suppose.
Well, I'm gonna stick with the compatriots then, so I'll just tag along.
Word of the day, Patriots. All right.
Patriots.
So you guys move to Ernestrum Keep. That's the town's church, and it also serves as the church base, I guess. What's the word I'm looking for? The
diocese.
The diocese, the gathering
Oh my
point
God.
for Solura. And so you guys move into this actual walled area, and there's stone walls that are about 6 foot high, and they're not like manned, but there are a number of priests and worshippers who are moving in and out. People come to the churches for healing, they come to the churches for prayer, and they come to this keep for all of those things tenfold. People from all over Solura come here and are moving in and out constantly. And it really is a mass of people. Unum is if not the most populous city, it's the second most populous city. There's not like a census that keeps up on these types of things, but there's a lot of people here. And since this is the predominant religion, there's a lot of people moving around this keep. As you kind of move in, the iconography of the guards and of Misha and Kirill matches up, and it's this for the twins themselves. If you're a worshiper of the twins, it's a flame that has a ring of lightning around it, and that's like the iconography of the twins. And so they let you in without even a second thought, as they appear to be doing for all of these people. And you're kind of moving in a throng of people. There's just a lot of people around you. And in Haldir, you've been in cities with much, much more people than this. But for Solura, this is a lot. Same thing with you, Taman.
Tam.
Tim Tam.
Tim Taman.
Tim Timotam of the
Tim the
Timatomes.
You guys know this. You guys know this keep. You know where you're going. What are you looking for exactly? Where do you want to go?
Well, Haldir needs.
He needs a rest.
Yeah, he needs a rest. So.
Office of the Inquisitor.
Do you guys want to stick together, or are you splitting up as you take this rest?
Hey, let's not split up again.
In the middle of like a fortified.
I mean, we should just take a short rest. It's 30 minutes.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
A short rest. I could handle a long one.
So you guys take an opportunity to rest by the hearth in the main chapel of Ernestrin Keep in Unum, and it's the main hearth is this open area where there's kind of like there's this grove of pines that kind of make up this central park location, and there's this blazing hearth, and all around it there's tents, there's benches, there's like areas where you can kind of lay down and relax and enjoy this warmth. And the warmth of this hearth is almost supernatural. As you step through the grove and you step into where this hearth or where this clearing opens up, the warmth just like permeates the whole area. And it's not hot, like you're too close to the flame, even as you step closer to it to find like a closer spot to sit or a clearing. It's just this constant warmth, that kind of washes over you. And I'm saying kind of way too much. There's this warmth that washes over you, and it feels like safety. It feels like home. There's just this peace that comes over you, and as you take the time to rest and take a short rest, if you do roll any hit die, whatever you roll is it's a maximum. It's at the maximum roll while you guys rest here. If any of you guys do roll any hit die.
I didn't get hit by any of those stupid bullets.
Get hit, yeah. So it's not a thing for me.
So I get 12 hit points.
That's correct.
Right.
I don't think hit die add con mod.
Yeah, I didn't think so either until I looked it up the other day.
It does?
Yeah.
Well, there you
go.
I'm rolling this just to see what my default does. This is not. I don't actually need hit die because it should hover over and tell you. Oh, it does add a con mod, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
It does.
Look at that.
I'm full hit points.
So you guys take this moment to rest by the flames, by the hearth, and you see a number of civilians around you. For Misha and Kirill, this is almost an abnormal. Not almost. It is an abnormal number of citizens around the hearth at Unum. Maybe twice as many visitors are here in Unum, and you'd suspect that in part it's because of the rumors of war in Lennar. There's a lot of towns that run across Jinmir, and a lot of towns that are in that plain that borders Lennar, and you'd have to suspect that these are refugees from those towns, people who have the means, who have left them and decided I need to get away with my family, and so it's kind of crowded there.
I'll comment on that to the resting fellows. There are many, many more refugees here than normal. But considering our rest is coming to an end, I know Kirill was going to check on the apostates for the first flame. Did you want to speak with any of the elders who would have been in the was it the order? Or the meeting of the order?
That may be wise.
So, I didn't actually get Kirill. When you can, if you can send me your backstory. It sounded like you said you wrote it. If you can send it to me, that'd be super awesome. But the person who's been guiding you and kind of been your mentor through this situation has been Kazamra, the Inquisitor. That's his name. That's his title, and he would be a person that you would go to for this question. And he's in this keep somewhere. So if that's where you want to head next after you take this short rest, you're absolutely welcome.
Yes, I would like to do that.
Okay. Do the rest of you go with them, or are you guys staying by the hearth? What's the plan?
I'll go with him if nobody else does.
Yeah, I think it's kind of up to him. Like, I don't know. I would think we would all go, but unless someone else does.
You're gonna track down your mentor?
Yeah.
Misha? Okay. So who's going with Kirill, and who's going with Misha?
I'll go with Kirill.
I'm going to sit by the hearth and look around for any particular refugees that I feel look out of place compared to anyone else, rather. Specifically looking for anyone that I feel like might have had a longer trek to get here. Might not be a normal city inhabitant.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and make an investigation check, and we'll deal with you first. Haldir, are you going with Misha, or are you going with?
I'll go with Misha.
Okay. So Taman's staying in the yard. He rolls a 13. Okay. So you kind of take stock of the people at this hearth, and you see a lot of people who they're just young families, for the most part. You know, people with something to lose that they don't care enough to just stay in their homes and protect them. They know what's coming. They've been told what's coming. You don't see anybody who seems out of place or who doesn't fit that description as you hear over this group for the next couple of hours and take the moment to kind of understand what's going on.
Okay.
We'll go with Misha and Haldir first. And Misha, where are you going to meet up with your mentor? Where do you think?
I would assume he would be in his private study.
Okay.
If it's
Can you
by
say
the
his
library,
name one more time, the way that you'd pronounce it?
Viserys.
Okay. All right. So you see, as you move into his private study, you have to move into the keep proper of Ustrin, or Restrin, excuse me, keep, and it's not a extremely tall structure, but it's set directly on the river, and this is kind of like the stronghold that the nobles of Unum used as their like winter retreat at some point, but over the years it's turned from that purpose into a beacon of the twins. And so as you're stepping through the halls, there are monks that pass you in tattered robes who are moving through penance. You know, they're singed to like they've walked through flames and coal and you know, terrible events, but they're mindful and they're not distraught. Like they accept what's happened to them. And there are tons of monks who are wearing robes that distinguish them. These guys are alkalites, are scribes. They're people who are interpreters of the law of the twins. They are essentially Pharisees. They believe and they know everything, quote unquote, everything that there is to know about the twins. And you're not so sure about them. They're kind of shady people a lot of times, and they kind of take advantage of a lot of the people of Unum through indulgences. In a lot of cases, where people will pay and give money to the priests of the twins, so they can absolve them or give them blessings. In a lot of cases, it's really blessings, but the blessings are not. They're not real blessings. Like they pray over them. It's
Pretty words.
the show and dance. Yeah, song and dance. Yeah, pretty words. Yeah, absolutely. You knock on to the door of Viserys' study, and after a moment, a raspy voice replies, "What could you possibly want of me?" He opens the door and sees you. "Oh, Misha, my favorite student. Come in. Please, I just put on a pot of tea. Please.
Ah, thank you. Master, this is Haldir Renosi.
Kind of opening his eyes for the first time where he's squinting before. He looks through the doorway and sees Haldir, and he's like, "Ooh, this is the kind of company you keep."
Ah,
I just give a nice big smile and say, "Hello, friend."
"Pleasure to meet you, Viserys." He reaches out his hand and shakes it if you want to.
Sure.
he
Come, please, sit.
He is one of my four brothers.
Oh, yes.
Not by blood.
I remember you telling me about this. So you also came into the service of this Jonathon.
Like,
yes,
for Jonathon.
That's the one. That's the one. Is that right?
Yes,
correct.
Very
Oh, yes. Tea. Yes, that's what I was getting.
I'll take over managing the tea.
Oh, thank you, Misha. I know why I kept you around. And it's not for this. Come on, that's ridiculous. Haldir.
Yes.
What do you do?
Well, until recently, I've been studying magic in both for my own personal use and in more the greater sense as to the mysteries of this world.
Oh, yes, mysteries. There are a lot of them. I do not deny that. Have you find that worthwhile endeavor then? Yes, this study of magic. I couldn't quite get the knack of it. Too old, I think.
I believe so.
Mm.
But I suppose there's much to find out.
As there is always, the world is great and vast. Great and vast. I tell you that. I've lived for many years, and I can tell you, it is great and vast. Misha, the tea, please. Come on. Let's go.
What the hell?
She'll hand over the cups. There's the issue that brought me out of here.
Oh, yes, I remember you left in quite a hurry. Well, it kind of slips my mind. Why are you here? Well, what's going on? Please. Make short work of it.
True. Our adoptive father, turns out he was one of the founders for this nation. He's gone missing. We were supposed to inherit something. The first flame took it. It may be a crown that caused people to go mad.
Wow. That is...
You requested short work.
that's a lot.
We need to know what you might know about the first flame. We're on our way to all. We were, of course, beset. I'm going to glance over at Haldir's neck. On our way here, it turns out we may be targeted by at least one assassin.
Ooh. Did you get a good look at this fellow?
Very ugly, with big patchy marks across his head. Bald, but not pretty like the other monks are bald.
Not on purpose.
Yes.
He takes a moment to sip at his tea, and he strokes his small goatee of white hair. That's the only hair he has on his head. He's a bald man himself. He thinks, oh, a disfigured then? Yes, probably a disfigured. It's not mean to say it. It's a group of unsworn. I don't mean to, disparage. But that's what they call
unsworn.
themselves.
Is he of the
isn't.
first flame?
No. The disfigured are a group of their own. And they, well, they're often assassins. People who
That sounds right.
carry out these dangerous deeds. You said you were beset by one. That's almost absurd. Misha, what could you possibly have done? It costs a lot of money to hire these disfigured.
I think it is more along the lines of what our sort of adoptive father gave us. Or didn't give us. It's hard to tell. We still need to find out, I suppose. An inheritance is what we keep hearing. His last name was Garnett? Garrett.
Oh.
Apparently that is part of an issue.
Garrett?
Garrett
Garrett lives? That's absurd. They
Maybe
all
not.
died in the flames. I know it. I've read the histories time and time again. I tell you, that only happened, I'd say, about 30 years since my birth. But I remember my granddad talking about it. This big flame, burning, and it killed all of the Garretts. None of them survived. If this is it's nonsense. Then you're not a Garrett. And Jonathon, or whoever your father was, he wasn't really your father, I know. But there's no way he was a Garrett. That's just the way the histories show it. Maybe there's some type of, I don't know, nonsensical grab for power. That's what I would say. Where's this Jonathon now?
That would be the problem. He's disappeared. We've tried to find him, but apparently when he disappeared, the will he wrote was enacted. And that is causing, what I think, all of this.
I'm sorry that you're caught up in such strenuous circumstances. Why did you come to me, though? I fail to understand exactly what my part is in this.
I suspect the first flame might be responsible for his sudden no longer being where anyone can find him.
His disappearance. I think that's
orchestrated disappearance. We were heading to Ulm. That was the last place we had heard of them. But I did hear or read that the First Flames have come to the temple before.
The First Flames. Let me. Yes, the First Flames. Yeah. Oh, yes. I remember. Just 5 years ago. Just 5 years ago, there was this man. He was wearing this kind of bright and shiny, I would say almost feminine, if I were being honest with myself, armor. And he had this shield, and they were insisting that the twins weren't twins. A preposterous notion, a preposterous. He's an apostate, no doubt. What was his name? Yes, I think I have it. Rendall. Yes, Rendall. Not even 4 years back, I think it was. He came to a meeting, and he was talking to us, pleading almost his case, that the flames would purify Silura. That's what he said. I think almost exact. He said, the flames of Garant. Oh, that's very interesting. He said the flames of Garant would purify the land. But I know that most of the council thought that was absolutely ridiculous. All of the Garant line died out in a fire. Not even 120 years ago, somewhere in that ballpark. And there are no more Garants, not anymore. So he was dismissed as a madman. Not only because of that preposterous claim, but that he denounced the deity of Van Ratha. He had a twin. That's absurd, right? Right?
If it is true or not true, the First Flame believe that the Garant line is not extinct, and Jonathon, he signed his name as Garant. So maybe if it is true or not, it doesn't matter. You said Randall?
Yes, Randall. Yes, Randall. I don't know.
Randall.
He had a funny accent. I tell you what.
What did he look like?
He had this kind of he had a dark tan skin, and he was wearing these riding leathers, but he had this plate over the top of him. It was the mark or the iconography of Van Viscott, but without the bolts that surround.
About
Keep it
eyes, piercings, moles,
Oh,
blemish, anything.
He carried the shield that had that same iconography, but no tattoos, no piercings, and his eyes maybe brown. He was far away, far from the head of the table. That's for.
Do you know where he hailed from?
I think the Sons of the First Flame. That's what you said, yes?
Mm-hmm.
I think they come from the north. They're around the Valley of the Shepherd, if I remember correctly. There's this mountain range. It's just a couple of mountains, not much, and this forest that surrounds it. It's a little bit west of the Degor Mountains. It's kind of breaks away from the plains, but it's been a while. I can't believe they're coming up or they're being relevant. You say that they think that the Garant line still exists. What's that mean?
Well,
I mean, it does. Quit acting like we're speaking bullshit. I'm telling you the truth. It exists.
He kind of opens his
he may
eyes
or may
more
not be
clearly.
alive. He's
Where he's been-
disappeared.
Where
We
he's
came
been
here for
squinting
assistance. These are the facts. And I don't know. I'll roll a persuasion if I need to.
before. Sure, go ahead.
21.
that's really good persuasion.
So as his eyes kind of open and look clearly at you while you talk, he's like, I don't mean to disrespect Haldir, you have to understand my position. I've been a scholar. I've been studying the history of Solura and its people, and also what can become of people, or what will become of our people for quite some time. And I can honestly say I haven't heard even a whisper, even an inkling that the Garen line is still here. In any case, sorry to say, I'm not sure it matters. Yeah.
It matters.
The regional mayors, they rule Solura, and if anybody claimed to be queen or king or emperor or empress, I'm not sure how it would go.
Well,
I can
to be
honestly
honest,
say nothing.
I don't quite care if the person who got the crown could actually be king. All that matters is if the fuck believes it. And if he does, we're gonna need to go and figure out where our old man is. Does that make sense?
Misha, I say you certainly allied yourself with people who are forthcoming.
Haldir is
I
always
don't
outspoken.
know anything about this. I'm sorry to say.
No, you've been actually very helpful. Well, at least where the first flame can be contacted. If we cannot get them in all, that will do.
Well, it's been great. I hope you come back for another cup of tea sometime.
We do
Until
not.
then, he raises his little cup, takes a swig. I'll be seeing you.
I'll thank him, and then quickly usher Haldir out, like trying to block him from saying anything else.
Okay. Before you guys kind of speak and talk about what just happened, we'll switch over to Kirill and Tao. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. So you guys rush to a more barracks-like hall that resides in this this keep, and Kirill's status as he walks through on his armament, no longer battered by those bolts, kind of repaired by Haldir's spells. It marks him as somebody of denotion, somebody who is important, and he's granted passage all the way to somebody who runs the barracks, somebody who runs the guard. And before you knock on the door, you kind of see on the wall painted an image of the flame of Van Viscott, excuse me. And beyond this like hearth and fire, where you can see some disparaged travelers standing around, you see a storm in the distance. It's this kind of mural that represents the faith, essentially. But as you knock on the door, there is, let's see. Oh no. Did I lose the name? Yes, here we go. So you're headed towards your trainer, is that correct, Kirill?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Kazamra, the
Sam.
Inquisitor. Kazamra.
Do you call him Kazam for short?
you certainly could. Or Cam. Probably more likely Cam.
Cam would be more accurate.
He beckons you. All right. The next visitor, yes. Come on, let's go. I have an all day.
Good evening, Inquisitor, your Grand Inquisitor.
Ah, Kirill. You were headed south, is that right? Some business with your family.
I was. Now I've returned with grave news.
Grave. I'm sorry.
We were. It seems that we have that my well, foster family was assaulted by, or we were attacked by an assassin who we fear was hired by some apostates. Can you tell us of the first flame, or tell me of the first flame?
First flame. You said they hired an assassin. Let's start from the beginning. I'm sorry. Who's this man that comes with you?
It's Tao.
Tao.
Nice to meet you.
Lovely answer.
Hi, this is
No,
your-
I wasn't. I was asking out of character because I didn't
Yes, yeah, that's Tao.
Yeah,
remember.
the,
It is
the
Tao.
one-word name.
He's a Lincoln Napoa.
Oh. Well, yes, I am terribly sorry to hear this. You said that the sons of the first flame, or the first flame, that's the unsworn, attacked something of yours? Please, I've gone through report after report after report. It has been terribly busy.
Well,
Please update me. Give me a brief.
well, our foster father has vanished, and when this seemed to trigger something from his will to trigger a shipment down the river, and the shipment down the river was immediately assaulted by a band who we were informed was related to the first flame, where they absconded with the materials. When we found this out, we started riding to the city immediately, and when we crossed the bridge, we were attacked by an assassin. So we assumed this assassin was connected to these people and the shipment, which is an entail related to our foster father, which is related to us.
Yeah, foster father, was this man wealthy?
You could say that. He wasn't fabulously rich, but he certainly wasn't poor. He owned a large inn in the city of Sansody in the south.
Oh yes, on the lake of Bailamir. I know this. I am extremely sorry to hear about this. I can tell you, I have heard about the first flame, these unsworn, and they have apparently grown in popularity by quite a bit in Olam. What are you looking for in exact terms? I know that they are emboldened by this war with Lenar. Did you know that the Lenarians, they worship Van Rotha? They worship Van Viscott. They do not worship Van Rotha. They believe that twin, that it is actually a oneness, that Van Viscott is both god and goddess. It's a wild notion, I tell you. The Garretts have very much told us otherwise and have led us down this path, but they're a bit different.
So, do the people of Lenar's religious beliefs adhere to the people of the first? I thought the people of the first flame had just said that Van Rotha was nothing, and that Van Viscott was the only one. Not that Van Viscott was both, one and both.
Yes, yes. It's a bit odd. You see, the first flame, those people, they kind of inhabit this area where some Lenarians come over to Solura. You see, Lenar, it's not exactly a peace-ridden nation. It's dry rocks, unfertile land, for the most part. They kind of, if you would say, scrounge a living off rocks. Oh, those poor miserable fucks. In any case, they believe that Van Rotha, the father of the hearth, is king supreme over all the land. And for the most part, as you and I know, there are many gods. And Van Viscott, Van Rotha, and Khan, Mishara, Ustelin, they all hold a place in the hearts of man. But they hold to the truth that Van Viscott is the one true God. That's what I've heard them say when we've burned them at the stake for their apostate. They're wild folk, I can tell you that much. You'd think that civilians worshipping Van Viscott would adhere to laws and would work for their nation, but such is not the case with these Lenarians. They believe that it's their purpose to spread their truth, their knowledge. And that's what's driving a portion of the conflict in the East. I've heard that the war is brewing. We're preparing the keep for, refugees and all that sort of thing. I believe they're preparing a palisade as well. So you said that these sons of the First Flame, or these unsworn, the First Flame, they attacked something. Is that what you said?
They attacked what I imagine was a river barge containing an item to be delivered to us. We don't know what it was. We were informed by the Spears of Yankost.
Oh, yes, the lances, yes. Tied up. Banditry is on the rise. Dark times, I tell you that much. If this is the case, I don't. Go ahead. Speak your question.
Why would a group of religious zealots want a piece of material if it was that? Is there anything these apostates are after?
It's a tough thing to tell. You kind of come to me unawares. The First Flame, from my understanding, are a very small organization. You said they attacked a shipment, something that was a ship that was carrying your boat. No, wait, that doesn't make sense. A ship that was carrying your inheritance, or carrying something that was bound to you. Is that right?
We heard that their numbers were 30, and we were led to understand they are known as an extremely small religious minority.
I can honestly say I don't. I'd be surprised if 30 honest Solurans would ever join somebody who worships only and recognizes only Van Viscott's deity. That's heresy at its finest. Now, if they were Lenarans, I could see this. And if whatever they were looking for could help the cause of the Lenarans, I could understand them attacking or taking great risk to retrieve it. That's, with honesty, that's all that I can surmise from it. Unless you can give me more information. Honestly, I thought that the First Flame, it was small.
Do you
30,
know?
you say?
Yeah, 30. Do you know where they gather?
Somewhere to the northeast of Olam, I think. There's this dropping of peaks, and in it, in it you could hide a good-sized village. But I know that the First Flame spreads and move around this plain, the plain of Venmira. This is the plain of the First Sister. That's what it is. They move, I think, from here to there. And Van Mira describes anywhere south of the Sickle to Dengar Mountains. It could be in a pretty big range, I'm sorry.
Well, that is of some help, because that's exactly where this shipment was attacked. It was just north of Olam. So if that's the direction from which their hideout may be, And that has certainly given us a lead, albeit a rather vague one.
Well, with all due haste, I give you a blessing. You've proved a very faithful servant, Kirill. And, well, I hope you find what you're looking for, and to be honest, I hope you bring justice to these apostates.
So I assume I have your leave to take care of this.
Most certainly you do. If they are disrupting trade along the Sansamir, these are foul individuals. Foul of the most high foulest. I think that's the way to say it.
I will see to it that I can bring them back to you if I.
That would be good. If we can bring anybody back to the truth, that's a good thing. But if you have to put them to the flame and the brand, well, Van Viscott will sort them out. And if not he, Van Ratha will put them through the storm and test their spirits. If there's nothing else, my son, I have business to attend to. There are refugees aplenty. The war is brewing. I bid you take care of your task quickly. We don't know how long Solura will be Solura. And I mean this in the lightest form I can say it, but at the same time, it's kind of a dangerous situation. They won't get past Neapoa. I know this for certain, but south of the Sickle, there is a weak point. The Lancers have sent up a camp, and they've guarded the river. They're putting up their fortifications. But I've sent a regiment of our knights to support them. I think, beyond certainty, that they'll cross the Jinmir in the north. Van Ratha has given me this vision, and we're going to stop. If anything, the Church of the Twins will be glorified through this war. That's what I say.
You mean through the mountain pass?
Yes, that's correct.
I see. Well, we may have to investigate that area, so I will keep you informed.
Oh. Go about your business. I have no task to send you on at this moment. I trust you to do your best to exemplify the heart of our sister and brother.
I shall. Sister and brother, look over you.
All right. Well, carry on then. Shuffle off. I've got work to take care of.
Excellent, as do I. Farewell.
All right. You guys kind of gather up back at the hearth with a moment to speak among yourselves as we kind of reach the conclusion of our session tonight. What would you like to say to each other?
Haldir, that man was my master for 3 years.
Yeah, it's a miracle you're not a fucking idiot.
She'll just go.
I laugh.
I mean,
Sounds like a pleasant
I
guy.
don't mean to be disrespectful, but we come here, and like you said, he's been your master for 3 years. You'd think there'd be a modicum of trust. And he basically acts like everything we're saying is just bullshit. It's quite annoying, you see?
I think it also states a fact that everything in literature, like everything that is known, says that what we are saying is bullshit. So to Jonathon to have hidden this, that is quite something.
Yeah, well, I can write words on a page whenever I want, and some idiot can read it.
Yes, you can, Haldir. Yes, you can.
But essentially, we found, we got some information. There's a man, oh shit, what was his name?
Randall. He looks very pretty. He has very pretty armor.
Yeah, and with a shield with their sigil on it, though he didn't quite describe the sigil very well.
It's the flames of Viscot.
I was trying to read my note.
Minus the lightning that circles it.
So the flames represent the man god, I take it then?
Yes.
Okay.
The male form of the twins, Van Viscot, yes.
I'll point to Kirill's armor and be like, this minus this.
Pretty much. That's almost exactly what it is.
Minus the lightning, you said?
Yep. So it's a bundle of flames. That's the imagery of Viscot, and it is encircled or protected by lightning, by a bolt. That's a symbol of the twins.
His armor was golden too, you said, right?
It's certainly possible. It's certainly possible that came out of my mouth.
Okay.
Well, what is it?
Oh my goodness.
Golden armor, dark skin, very pretty.
Yeah, sounds right.
But
Sounds like you.
also the people of the first flame. It seems like at least this Randall, he might be west of the Dungir Mountains. There is a valley there. We have the description, roughly speaking.
It's where we must go.
It's a little north of Ulm, so if we don't find them in Ulm, they might be base camped in the mountain.
Yeah, sounds about right. What'd you guys find out?
Speaking to
Well-
Kirill.
Well, yes. Well, we found out that there's generally a hideout of the first flame in towards the sickle, and they were also suspecting that it's going to be a point of invasion for the Lunarians to attack over the Jinmia River, just in the same area as where the first flame seems to have made their hideout, and towards the direction from which they could have absconded after their little heist.
So, from your understanding, the way that he described it, that's Kazarim. Kazamra. That's
Zamarama.
Kazamrama. He said that they occupied the plain between the Sickle and the Dagger Mountains. So that blue line that you are looking at right now, the teal line, that's my line. This whole area, that's the plains between Sickle and the Dagger Mountains. So it could be anywhere in this 70-mile radius. Not even 70-mile radius, I would say, from here.
Yes, but I'm concluding that because they have some religious beliefs that, like, this isn't a coincidence. But hey,
No, I mean, there's far too many things aligning for this to just be random chance. But what that really means, I can't quite say.
Indeed. So I think...
Is Taman just sitting there?
Yeah, I was gonna say, and Taman.
Yeah, I'm just staring into the hearth, listening to you guys.
Tao's doing that thing where he just rubs his head. Like, man, this
hoping
feels
that hair grows back. Oh.
You're blinding all the commoners.
Well,
So I think with that, we will end tonight's session, and you guys will have an opportunity to pick it back up at the hearth at Ernestrin Keep next session.